Hello, hello, hello. Good morning to all. Yes. Hello, I hope my audio is okay. Can anyone confirm? Yes, thank you, Vijayalakshmi ma'am. Thank you, Arshali. Yeah, sound is not clear. Hello, hello. Is it okay now? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Actually, yesterday there a lot of rain here. Whole night there is no power in Hyderabad, in my campus especially. Many trains was fall down due to some technical. And I thought today it may get disturbed, but somehow it was cleared by early in the morning 7 o'clock. Power was restored, and I could able to see you in this training. Thanks for the electrical department support. In our campus, you all know that we have used green plantation, and almost yesterday there was a lot of damage due to this cyclone. Whole night heavy rain. Thanks to all of you for joining for the day 3 session. I hope my audio is clear now. Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. As for the schedule for the day 3 online training program, so we have 3 technical sessions and also we have one assessment afternoon, because the assessment it requires some technical support, and by after end of the all sessions only, but by that time lunch will be there. Lunch time, then I don't want to extend. After technical sessions it will take 1 hour, and 1:30 to again it will take another 1 hour, and some of it is very difficult to continue with the assessment and feedback. Then I thought let it be at 3:30 to 4:30. I think one or two participants, they said they have some official engagement to join for the same. And in that case, we'll see, sir. We'll see. To it will be there till 5 o'clock. I will extend. Just it will be only for 10 to 15 minutes of time. It is required for that. If it is possible, kindly adjust accordingly. 1 hour it is for all of the participants. Some of them they may take some little time. They may or may not have some technical knowledge to attempt all the questions one by one quickly. Those were very good knowledge with the system and understanding, they can finish it within 10 to 15 minutes. That can be done. Otherwise, if you have any important assignment, we will see later, by tomorrow or some other day. So we will conduct definitely for everybody, because that is the record what we are going to have with us. So I have to submit that record to the administration. Nowadays everything is online. They are asking even time stamp also. So what time you have joined and how many minutes you are continuing with the session. That is also they are seeing. So out of 60 minutes, how many minutes you have taken part in the particular session. So that they are seeing the quality aspects and also attendance. So nowadays many of the online events are going on with multiple devices, and a single device people are attending different because all are important. So we cannot skip opportunities available. So in that is also one concern. But in our side, administration and training division, they are asking us to provide all these. So we are not here to provide a certificate without having all these documents. I request all the participants to kindly ensure and give your assessment afternoon and also submit the feedback about this training program. And the certificate, post completion certificate will be provided within a week of time. So once all the your attendance, assessment marks, and 50% of the total marks you have to secure. Yes, the resource person is calling. Professor Gawali sir, just a minute. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will give, sir.
Rajkumar, I will just upload my presentation over here. I muted myself. That's why I'm not audible to you. So please have some patience. I am uploading my PPT. Okay, I think the PPT is now visible to everybody, and I allowed to download the PPT. I'm audible to you all. Rajkumar, if you want to take the control, you can take control for a brief time. If you want to tell something, and again you can give back the control to me.
Yes, friends, I I hope you all are getting the PPT now. He was given the option also. I can download the presentation. I I am very thankful to Professor Gavali sir for accepting my invitation immediately and joining for the same. And he was a senior professor who is heading Center for Natural Resource Management, Climate Change and Disaster Mitigation at NRDPR Hyderabad. Uh, he is going to deliver a talk on sustainable livelihoods and climate change. There was a project who is the national coordinator for the project, SLAC project under NRLM. I requested Professor Saab to share his presentation with the participants for the benefit of all the states, SRLMs, line department officials, NRLM and MGNREGS, and other some teacher friends from the universities and young professionals, especially working with the state rural livelihood missions. I hope through this presentation they are going to get the benefit how to mitigate the farm and non-farm livelihoods in this particular climate changing scenario. So the presentation, sir is going to cover many aspects. So through his presentation, he will continue till 11:30 as per the given scheduled time. The Professor Gavali sir, he is a senior professor at NIT here. He is having a teaching background. He worked in various universities as basically as a scientist. He also environmental specialist, and he's also having a knowledge in GIS and remote sensing aspects. So he is having a very good expertise in all these aspects. Now Professor is heading. He is also the dean of one of the school located in NIDPR. Uh, Today, through his presentation, we are going to listen various aspects of climate change and how to cope up in this particular scenario. I thank all the participants for joining the Day 3 training program. I request all of you kindly join for online assessment session also, because that is very important. Uh, Based on the technical sessions only, the questions will be there, multiple choice questions and multiple answers and true and false. Very simple questions are there. There is no such kind of difficulty in attempting all the questions. Very simple. You just by clicking, you will get within 5 to 10 minutes you can finish. Uh, I hope all remaining are going to join 1 or 2 minutes. Now we have already close to the 10:30. If it is okay, then we will close. Yes, the slides are not moving till yet to start the presentation. I am just briefing about the today's class will start at 10:30. Sudhakar. So with this small introduction, I am going to Professor Gavali sir to take the class. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Okay, fine. Dr. Rajkumar for me. I hope I'm audible to everybody now. Yeah. Can you see my PPT? Okay, then it's fine. Then I will begin my presentation. I have allowed the PPT download. You can also download this PPT. It's in PDF form. So those people who the PPT is not visible, please refresh your screen or re-log in, because sometimes those who have very poor internet connection, for them the PPT may not be visible. So those who have good internet connection, definitely the PPT visible. It should be around more than 3 Mbps. You can check your internet connection. There is a small button at the bottom. It's called in the green color. That is where that is written. You can test your internet connection. It is more than 3 Mbps. Only then things will be okay at your end. Yeah, I'm allowing the PPT to download. Don't worry. You can download this PPT. Okay, fine. So, see what presentation I'm going to share with you. It's an exhaustive presentation. It may not be catering the brief requirement for this current session. It has more uh, material attached to it. You can go through that material at your leisure. So that's why I'm giving this in PDF format. You can see the first page of the presentation, because I have not started the presentation. So please be patient. Okay. Okay. So Rajkumar, should I start my presentation, or you want to wait for people to join? Please type in the chat box. Okay, fine. So I will start my presentation. So good morning, friends. Uh, so today's presentation is based on the one of the World Bank project, which was funded by World Bank under the GEF, that is Global Environmental Facility, and it was a technical assistance to the National Rural Livelihood Mission. It is called NRLM. It is Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission. So as we were a lead technical support agency for the project, so we gave the technical support to for the implementation of this project, which was implemented in these two states, which I will discuss in my slide. And some of the outcomes and learnings and how we planned is be designed over there, because the project initially had some hurdles, but later on, when NIRD, that's our institute, National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, our center, that is Center for Natural Resource Management, Climate Change, Disaster Mitigation, took over this project, then we implemented in a much better way. So a lot of good results have come here in the last 2 years. So we are going to share with you. And due to the success of this project, as I told you, it was a pilot project. So in future, this project is likely to be implemented in all the states under the state rural livelihood missions, Ajivika or Jivika. These are some of the names which have been called in different states. In Maharashtra, the similar kind of project is being implemented by Agriculture Department. The project is called POKRA. That is Project on Climate Resilient Agriculture. So it is not exactly the way it should be there, because our focus is more on livelihoods. the focus of the project which is implemented in Maharashtra by Agriculture Department is on climate resilient agriculture. So a little bit difference is that, but it's almost similar to it. So different states will be implementing this in future. There will be a circular likely to become, but because of COVID-19, maybe the things were delayed. So hopefully from next year it will again begin. This project will be we will begin this project. So I will just start giving the presentation. Okay, so let's see what is the direct impacts of climate change. You must be knowing about the climate change. You must have heard about climate change. A lot of things will be must have gone through it. So I'm just going to discuss about the direct impact of climate change now. So well, okay. So basically, the impacts are related to extreme weather events, rising in sea levels, etc. So in near time, we have seen the extreme weather events like drought, extreme, and then also floods were there. It's not that India never had this kind of situation like droughts and floods, famines, etc. We were prone to this kind of natural disasters time and again because of the El Nino and Southern Oscillation phenomena that is called ENSO. For details, you can type it in the Google. You can learn about that. I'm not going to discuss more about that here. El Nino and Southern Oscillation basically dictate the monsoon, which happens in India, so that they are responsible for that. So that's why the recurrent droughts and famine and floods were there in India, and that's how our culture, our tradition are attached to those droughts and famines and floods, etc. So traditionally we are adapt to it, but in the recent times we have forgotten many of the traditional adaptations and coping mechanism, and the things have changed. And the Green Revolution has also changed the way we are looking at the agriculture system in India. So now we have to see we find a new coping mechanism or better coping mechanism, which could be an amalgamation of the new technology, traditional knowledge, and also it will be based on our national agriculture policy. So this is how the today's presentation I will be talking about. So lot of freshwater resources and glacier melting is happening because of the global warming. You must be knowing. Then because of ocean acidification and changes in the weather pattern, what is happening? The ocean has become more acidic because of increased concentration of greenhouse gases, especially carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which dissolves in the ocean. Oceans are the largest sink of carbon dioxide or carbon sink of the oceans are the largest sink of carbon. There is a major sink where all the carbon get deposited ultimately in the carbon cycle. So because of acidification, there are a lot of degradation and loss of coral reefs are happening over there, and also there is increasing weather extremes, and which may lead to constraint in food security and access to nutrition. Then there is the exacerbated poverty for vulnerable people all around the world, which will be dealing how we are vulnerable, how India is especially more vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and then how climate mostly affect rural India, and how it will be affecting that also will be dealt in the presentations. So it impacts all the components of humans' livelihood and food security. A slide which I'm not going to discuss at brief because a lot of other things are there. This discuss about the climate change impacts and what the impacts will be there on the human beings, and what will the overall impact. Like for example, if you see climate impact related to sea level rise, what are the human impacts are there, and the overall impact will be increase in poverty. Okay, like there will be new health problems will be there, something like that, threat to food and health security, and all these things. So this slide I'm leaving it to as a study material for you. I am quickly browse to my next slides, which will be more interesting to you and which will give a precise things over there. Now, friends, I think you are now seeing a slide which says that it shows the potential for drought by the end of this century. This potential is predicted by global circulation models and whether based on the different scenarios. So it's one of the ideal scenario the way the current situations are going on. the current kind of strategy we are adopting all over the world for combating the climate change. Based on the strategy, a scenario has been predicted where the potential droughts by the end of this century will be there. So you can see that it has been categorized. All the world map has been categorized into different categories. That these are starting from high risk, that is drier than the current condition, moderate risk, similar to the current condition, and low risk, which is better than the current condition. And now you have to concentrate on the map and see where is India. So you can see India is there. Here you can see India. The India is there. You can see India is there, and here, yeah. So India is there. You can see India, the map of India. In that, you can see India has a moderate risk. India is in the zone of moderate risk for the potential drought. So that shows that we need not have to worry. As per the nature is concerned, we need not worry. And as already told you, India is having recurrent phenomena of drought and famine and floods, etc. So definitely, even there will be likely that the monsoon scale will be in the increasing level. So it is likely that the Indian subcontinent may be having little more rains as we are getting today. Maybe the frequency of the intensity of the rainfall will be high, and it will not be spreading uniform all over the months. Maybe there may be more storm events as compared to earlier. So still the water problem will not be there in India as per the monsoon is concerned. But let's come to the next slide. The picture completely reverses. Yeah. So this is my next slide. We talk about the potential vulnerability to climate change. So if you can see, also it has been categorized from very vulnerable to the least vulnerable categories. And there are some, so you can see where again here, what is the category where the India lies. The India is in the red zone, as you can see over here. So the picture changes completely. See, earlier in my slide, I told that India is in the moderate droughts. But if you see the potential vulnerability to the climate, especially to the drought or the weather events, then India is more vulnerable. Can anybody can state why India is more vulnerable? Why the vulnerability of India is very high? In fact, in spite of being a moderate threat to the drought, can anybody state there? Please type it here. Type it over here. Yeah, please think it over. India is in the red zone, very vulnerable. One of the highest vulnerable countries in the world. Give a hint and clue. Let's go to my earlier slide. Again, you see where the United States and other states, especially European states, lie. They are at the high risk. Okay. But if we again come back to the slide, that situation reverses. India is in the red zone, that is in the very highly vulnerable state, and if you say United States, Canada, and the European countries over here, then they are least vulnerable. So why this is there? Anybody can state over there? Yeah. Yeah, some of people are typing. Good. Well, just to start that, I would like to say that the situation in India is completely different, a reverse, as the situation is there in the developed countries like USA, Europe, and European countries, etc., Northern American and European countries, because our population is very high. We are one of the highest populated country in the world, and in 2020-25, we are going to cross China. So we will be the most highest populated country in the world. Secondly, we will have the youngest population, which has to be fed with good nutritious diet. Okay, our economic situation or the economic condition of a country is, we are in the developing country. Although we are one of the largest economies in the world, still the per capita income is very, very low. There is a lot of disparity between the income levels, the rich and poor. The poverty between the gap between richness and poverty is very in India, and also the efficiency the use of water efficiency use is India is terribly low in the world. We are the most inefficient country in the world, among the most inefficient countries in the world as regards the utilization of water is concerned. Okay, so and also the public distribution system, health system in India is also very poor. Education standard, education system is also poor. We are not even spending around 6 to 7% of our GDP in on education or health. So this kind of spending is also very poor in India. So these are the situation conditions in India which makes India highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, especially related to drought. Okay, so these are the some of the issues which definitely I have pointed out some of the issues over here. Let's move to the next slide. If you see the agriculture and climate in India, what is the contribution of the greenhouse gas emissions to the and because of the greenhouse emission, it leads to the change in the climate, lead to the global warming, and that global warming will lead to the change in the climate. So if you see the sector, different sectors, then energy is the sector which has the highest contribution. Then after that, we have agriculture, that is 28%. Then after that, we have industrial processes, waste and land use changes, etc. So these are the areas which contributes very high to the greenhouse gas emission. Okay. So as far as agriculture is concerned, our share is a bit low, quite low as compared to the energy, because India is a developing country, is a faster developing economy. So our energy requirement is very high and also going to be very, very high in future. So that is why, so as per the emissions, energy emissions will be very high, and we don't have much solutions to it. We cannot forego that, because if we have to develop, then definitely we have to meet our energy requirement. The energy requirement of the most populated country in the world in future, the energy requirement of the most aspiring people in the world. Okay, these are the issues we have to deal. Now let's come to the next slide. The next slide talk about the various sectors within the agriculture which contribute to the climate change. Okay, then if you see within the agriculture, the major contributions comes from enteric fermentation, that is 69%, and from the rice cultivation it is around 23%. Okay, and later down the emissions come from the soil, that is 12%, then manure management 5%, then crop residue is 1%. So the crop residue burning, the parali burning problem is there in India, which has been there since 2-3 years. We have been seeing news that contribution is very less. It is only 1%. Okay, as compared to other contributions. Okay, so and definitely parali burning solutions are there, and definitely this year a lot of improvement will be there, because a lot of implementation of technology, everything has been done over there. So definitely things will be there. That's a different issue why this is happening and how it will be curtailed. Also, if you see the other major part, enteric fermentation and the rice cultivation, can we do something over here? Yeah, we can do, but very little can be done. We don't have much scope to do over here. Why? Because firstly, the rice cultivation, we cannot forego the rice cultivation in India, because we have to feed the huge population, and also we have lot of livestock population. We had one of the largest population livestock population in the world. So and that was enteric fermentation. We cannot forego, because enteric fermentation, because livestock have a typical kind of digestion system, where the fodder get digested in the stomach, and that's where the methane gas is produced. So these are the areas we cannot do much. Although some management strategies can be applied, good management strategies can be applied to curtail some emissions from these areas. But as far as our national agriculture policy is concerned, I'm again emphasizing over here. Please be clear. Many confusions are over there. People don't go and read our national climate change policy. Our national climate change policy does not give any onus to curtail emissions on the agriculture sector, especially in the rural area. So rural population, farmers are out of the purview to cut down the emissions. Okay, we cannot do that. We cannot afford to do that, because we have to think about food security. Okay, and our livelihoods. Majority of the rural livelihoods in India in the rural area. See, if I give a little bit more elaboration on it, then when India got independence in the beginning, the contribution to the GDP by agriculture sector was very high. It was around 56 to 57%, 57% exactly. Then and the industrial contribution was around 15 to 16%. 16%. Okay, so this was the scale at that time. But if you see the recent time, the industrial contribution has gone to 54%, and agriculture contribution, sorry, agriculture or the contribution from the rural area to the GDP is merely 14 to 15%. So this is a tip of scale as happening. So what they say, that means now in today's time, the contribution to the India's GDP is very high, or majority of the contribution comes from the industrial sector. But there is another uh, aspect to this story, that although the contribution of agriculture or the rural India, rural sector has gone down to merely to 14% in recent time, still majority of the livelihoods in India, that is around 69% of livelihoods of India, are still in the rural area, rural sector, and they are related to agriculture. Okay, so this is the clear difference. So although the contribution may be low, but the majority of the livelihoods are still in the rural area, are still in the agriculture sector. Okay, so this is the situation. So thinking about this situation, we cannot go for any curtailing or cutting down the emissions from the agriculture sector or the rural area. Okay, so the owner doesn't lie. So that's why our climate change policy says that we will go for emission cutting of the emission. We will go for sequestration of the carbon. Like we will do afforestation activities under Green India vision and all these things. So Green India plan, we can do all this afforestation activity. We are going to plant a lot of trees. We are going to clean development mechanism. We are going to have clean technologies. We are going to cut down the emissions from our industries, cut down the emissions for vehicles, because we have to face the pollution problems of pollution. All this. But that onus doesn't lie in the rural area and the agriculture. Okay, so that is why our focus will be more. If you want to do, then our focus will be more to have proper management practices, so that little emissions cuts will be there, and also our focus will be on the management of the soil. So emissions from the soil should be less, and more on the, we want that more of the carbon should be sequestered or stored in the soil through the organic matter. So that is why we have to concentrate on manure management and the soil management practices. So most of the carbon can be fixed in the soil. To add to that, there is also a kind of advantage to this, that there are some of the companies in this world which are ready to give carbon credits to Indian farmers if they are ready to fix organic carbon to the soil. Okay, that is carbon to the soil. So through the proper soil management practices, if they can do fixation of carbon in the soil, they may go for getting the carbon credits in future. So this is the situation. So there is a lot of different opportunities are available over here. So based on this scenario, my next presence will be focusing how we are going to adapt to it. So basically, so Indian agriculture, our national climate change policy give emphasis more on the adaptations rather than mitigation for the Indian agriculture and rural sector. Okay. Okay, so impacts of climate change, as I already told you, the contribution of GDP is low, but the kind of rural livelihoods are still there, more there. Then unless until we don't adapt, there is a probability that around 10 to 40% of loss will be there in agriculture production in India, and despite the beneficial aspects of increased atmospheric CO2. So some benefits are also there because of the increased atmospheric CO2. Some crops are likely to be benefited, and some crops with proper management practices we can reduce the impact of climate change. So these are the areas we are going to focus, and that's what we thought of focusing these areas, to address these areas with our various different interventions through our this project that is called Sustainable Livelihood and Adaptation to Climate Change. So these are the scenarios. This is the basically these slides I'm going to deal with the impacts on the agriculture of climate change. Let's talk about three kind of impacts. The direct impact is there. The direct impact is there because of the change in the physiology, phenology, and morphology. Indirect effects could be there will be loss in the soil fertility, then less availability of irrigation water for the plants, for the crops. Pest will be there. Then floods and droughts will be there, rise in sea level, etc. Then also there is another aspect that is called socio-economic aspect, which cannot neglect. a country like India, maybe the other two aspects, direct and indirect effect is there, but the major outcome for our country is we have a greater impact on socioeconomic conditions. So socioeconomic economics impact will be that more demand will be there for the food in future. Cost benefit analysis we have to do, because still our agriculture efficiency is quite low than as compared to the world. Then we have to need to change our agriculture policy. Although there is recently there was a change in the agriculture policy related to selling of the agriculture produce by the farmers, but there was no change in the agriculture produce how on the production system, on the production part. So that also need to be taken care. Then farmers response etc will also matters. Different farmers have different coping mechanism, different states different have different coping mechanism. They are equipped so that the levels of coping mechanism or response for the farmer will be also different. So depending on their agriculture production will be very highly vulnerable in future. So we had to go for our adaptation strategies. So there are some studies which I am not going to quote here, but it will be beyond the purview of this today's presentation. But I would like to quote that as per the recent studies done by ICR institutes, it has shown that the yields of the major crops such as rice, wheat, and sorghum in the future is likely to go down. There's a predictable down in the production of this kind of food grain crops. But climate change may likely benefit certain crops as chickpeas, soybean, and potato in India. Okay, so this is some of the aspects we have to deal. So, but however, there will be loss in the production of food grain crops. But it has also shown that with the proper climate adaptation strategies and management of good agriculture practices, in fact, we can tip the scale into our favor. We can use the advantage of increased CO2 in the atmosphere, and we can increase the production of such food grain crops, cereal crops especially. So, and the crops which are which is naturally going to benefit like chickpeas, soybean, and potato, we need to change the agriculture pattern in India. The agriculture pattern or system should be changed in India so that wherever the cultivation is there, like for example, potato. In the case of potato, if you take the case of potato, the northern belt of India is likely going to benefit the production. The potato production in the belt in the northern belt is going to benefit because of the climate change impact. There will be increase in the production. However, the southern part and central part of India, there will be a tremendous decline in the potato cultivation and production because of the impact of climate change. So we had to change the cultivation pattern also. So if you think in that aspect, definitely we are going to have a win-win situation. We can benefit from take the benefit, some of the benefit from the impact of climate change, and also we can overcome or we can reduce the impact, the negative impact of the climate change. So let's see why we can do. See, this is the slide which shows the different kind of drought situation in India. India has experienced around 24 major droughts since 1877, when the drought was actually being recorded in India. There was proper recording system was going on. 6 drought especially. We are India in 6 drought, severe droughts: 2009, 2002, 1987, 72, 18, 1889, and 1887. And out of that, if you see the recent droughts which was happened in the year 2002 and 2009, you see the scenario in India. You see the rainfall deficiency was minus 19% in 2002, but 2019 the rainfall deficiency was high, that is minus 23. That means that the drought of 2009 was very severe as compared to much severe as compared to 2002. The total area affected, the total cultivated area affected in India was 29% in 2002, but 2009, if you can see, 59% area was affected. So impact was very high. But if you see the loss in the production, loss in the food grain production in million tons, then 2002 the loss was high, very high, around 24 million tons, as compared to low 2009 it was only 15 tons. So why this happened? Because irrespective of the deficiency of rainfall and total area affected, the total loss in food grain production was reduced from 24% to 15%. Why this has happened? Because in that the next year, when we learned a lesson from 2002, 2009, we learned a lesson that we had to do proper agriculture management practices. Because of proper agriculture management practices and also properly changing pattern of agriculture system, we could reduce the food grain losses. So, but now if you see 2009 to 2020 scenario, we had a lot of, we are in last 10 years, we have developed a lot of climate change adaptation strategies because of the different schemes. Like there is a project called NIGRA, National Initiative for Climate Resilient Agriculture, National Innovations for Climate Resilient Agriculture. This project is implemented by one of the institute called CREDA, Central Research for Dryland Agriculture in Hyderabad. So in that project, they could develop a lot of different climate change adaptation strategies related to agriculture. They termed it as climate smart. They are trying to go for climate smart agriculture. They have developed some of the villages, many villages in India, thousands of villages in India have been developed as climate smart villages. So in that way, a lot of things have been done to climate related agriculture. And we also have in this our project to National Rural Livelihood Mission, we have taken CREDA as a knowledge partner under the NICRA initiative. So this was the thing. But we not only focused on climate related agriculture, we also focused on different livelihoods. So in case, for example, we can have a climate resilient adaptations, but in many cases, the climate resilient adaptation may not work for small and marginal farmers in India. So for what could be the then adaptation strategy for small and marginal farmer apart from the climate resilient agriculture practices? The strategy could be that we should give them alternative livelihoods. Alternative livelihood, which should be farm-based livelihoods or maybe off-farm livelihood, but maybe in the villages. So these are some of the areas we have focused in our project. Try to giving them alternative livelihoods so that the risk is spread. Like for example, we tried to see that in the villages we targeted around more than 400 villages in the initial stated, and it was expanded to more than 700. It was precisely 794 villages in the states like MP and Bihar. These were the pilot states. So we targeted to see that the farmers which were we joined which were able to adapt to under scheme our this project, we try to give them with more than 2 to 3 livelihoods. So not they should not be only dependent on agriculture, but also 2 to 3 different livelihoods related to agriculture, or maybe little uh, out of the agriculture farmland, but it should be the village itself. So that what will happen? So they can spread the risk. For example, in the event of drought, a large farmer may be able to adapt to the impact of climate change because the farmer has access to the technology, the traditional knowledge, etc. So these are the things which could be there for the farmers. But for the small and marginal farmers, this kind of strategy may not work properly. So they had to have a alternative livelihood. So this was the basic idea behind of this project. So if you see, again, I will come back to the, already discussed it. We have a large population and high dependency in the agriculture. 2/3 area of is still under rain-fed. Majority of livelihoods are based on natural resources and agriculture. So, and also we have an extreme climatic events in India like drought, cyclone, temperature variation, etc. So these are the situation in India which makes India highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So these are the key challenges. We also, as I told you, we like primary health facilities. We have high level of literacy, poverty, etc. So all these situations, lead to kind of high vulnerability state to India. And within India also there are some states which are very highly vulnerable. For example, if you take a state like Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, UP, Bihar, etc., Madhya Pradesh, they are highly vulnerable states because maybe they may not be affected much because of rainfall, but the kind of situation in that states are very poor. So that's why they are highly vulnerable states. For better understanding, I will request you to go to the website of CREDA, that is Central Research Institute for Dryland Agriculture. They have developed a atlas called Climate Vulnerability Atlas. It is called. They have produced recently updated. They have the first version of this atlas came in the year 2014, and later on now recently 2019 they have updated a new atlas. So you can go to the atlas and see which are the states and which are the districts in India which are highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, especially related to agriculture and the rural areas. So these are some of the things which you should definitely help you to analyze the district you belong, what the kind of villages you have, what is your vulnerability status, and how it should be, what's your coping mechanism. In fact, CREDA has also given district contingency plan for each district, how to cope with the impact of climate change, especially to the drought. So you can also go to the contingency plans. It is very good. People are not aware of these contingency plans. Please go to the contingency plans. And in future, they are going to take up a contingency plan for each for every villages. So that was the problem. So that's why these are the initiatives were earlier there under NICRA project, but village level initiatives were not there. So in our project, it was more on the villages. So we had a village level planning. So that was one of the beauty of the project which we completed last year. The project completed in 2019 December, that we focused on the village level and not on the district level. Okay. So these are the key sensitive areas related to climate area. They are agriculture, water, and health. In agriculture, the impacts are related to decrease in crop yield, cropping pattern, pest disease, etc. Already have been discussed a bit earlier. Then what could be the adaptation measures? Erosion control, development of early warning systems, tolerant resistant crop varieties, conservation management of soil and water, diversification and indication of food and plantation crops, etc. These are the certain adaptation strategies for agriculture. So our interventions which we have done in these villages, we did around 25 interventions. We spearheaded around 25 interventions related to climate change adaptation strategies in these two states, two pilot states. These were related to this kind of adaptation strategies, as I shown in the slide. Then water, what could be the impacts? As everybody is aware, this is on this. There will be stress on the existing water resources. Already we are in the water stress level. India is at the level of water stress level. The kind of availability of water in India, as per the per capita availability in India, is very low. We are at the water stress level, and in future also there is likely predictions that there will be severity in the stress of water. However, availability of resources of availability of water is not a problem in India. The management of water is a problem. So, integrated water resource management, water use, reuse, desalination, irrigation efficiency. These are the areas where it has to be focused. Our irrigation efficiency is very, very low. We have around 20 to 30% irrigation efficiency in India. If you take the world average of developed countries, then it is around 60%. So we have still around lot of gap is there for use of irrigation water efficiency. So we have to focus in those areas also. Then if you see the health, then that is a lot of increased death, disease, injuries, heat, floods, storms, etc. Then what could be the adaptation strategies? Disease surveillance and control measures, access to better health facilities, and emergency relief system. So these are the areas where need to be focused. And as I told you, we are really very poor in this aspect. Then India is one of the countries which are committed to the global impact of climate change. So we are one of the major leading countries which are combating the impact of climate change. So we have 8 national missions which are related to climate change in India. Out of that, I've put all the national missions over there. I'm not going to discuss anything on this, but one of the last mission which I will look to focus is National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change. So this knowledge management for climate change has become very, very essential. Apart from the National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, so these are the areas where we need to focus. So I hope in near future, definitely lot of things will be developed. So these are see how these slides basically I put up only to tell you what are different strategies to address the impact of climate change. So if you see the strategies, there are major strategies. That is one strategy is mitigation. The other one is mitigation. The other strategy is geoengineering. The geoengineering or climate engineering is sometimes called. Mitigation is something that we have to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. And another strategy is geoengineering or climate engineering, which basically deals like we have like there are smoke tower. Recently there is a news In Delhi, they have put some smog towers in the cities which absorb the smogs and the polluted airs and suck in and they filter it, something like that. So this is something, kind of geoengineering, and another aspect that we can put some iron filings or iron oxides in our oceans so that the oceans absorb more carbon dioxide. As I told you earlier, oceans are the major sinks for carbon. So this can be one of the strategies. We can also go for different kind of agriculture crops, which will have more stomata under the leaves. So if the more number of stomata is there under the leaf, then more amount of CO2 could be absorbed and more CO2 could be fixed into primary production as the crop production in India. So this is one of the strategies. But these are the strategies are very, very difficult. It takes time. It is very costly. And the best strategy, and as per the climate change policy, national climate change policy, as I told you, we are not going for this kind of strategy. We are not going to focus, although we are going to adapt this strategy, but we are not going to focus on the strategies. Our major focus will be on, okay. So what we are going to do is that we are going to adopt these strategies which will be related to adaptation to the climate change. So these are the area which we are we are supposed to focus, and that is why now in India we should go for adaptations, and this was the major goal behind this. So this is the way I told you, addressing the climate change. So greenhouse gas emissions, and there will be adaptations to reduce the vulnerability to climate change. Because adaptation, one more advantage of adaptation is that it will also reduce our vulnerability to the impact of climate change and reduce the losses. That is why we need to go for more towards the adaptation strategy. So mitigation and adaptation are complementary strategies, but the major challenge to the policymakers are there how to adapt to the climate change and how to make transition to a low carbon growth pathway, or that is called mitigation. Okay, these are some of the challenges which are coming in the future, and definitely our the technologist, the agriculture system, the farmer, the ICR Institute will be definitely working on that. The future, definitely there is likely to see that we are going to have a new climate change policy in India in future for the better things to come up. So why adaptation necessary? Because these additional adaptation measures would be required so that reduce our vulnerability, as I told you. So vulnerability reduction and reduce the losses is the prime target in the agriculture sector and especially in the rural area. So that is why adaptation is necessary. So adaptation to climate change rural areas. This slide tells about the impact assessment, monitoring, and early warning system should be there. Proper land use planning should be there in rural area. Then upgradation of physical infrastructure also should be there. Then adapting farmer systems. For example, we should make those farmer systems more suitable or climate resilient. Then we can expand for improving the irrigation systems. Irrigation water efficiency should be propagated in India, because as I told you, our water use efficiency is terribly low, not only in the cities but also in agriculture sector in rural area. Diversifying the production just maybe some of the areas where we can have emergent drought or moisture risk management strategies. Then breeding of plants and animals with greater pest resistance and tolerance to new stress factors could also be one of the strategies. And already many of the ICR institutes are working on that. Then insurance and new risk transfer is one of the areas where we have to work. Already we have a kind of agriculture crop insurance policy is there in India, which has come in recent years. It's a very good step. I hope this kind of insurance system will definitely help to reduce the risk for the farmers. However, for that they need to have a proper kind of early warning system and weather-based advisory. So weather-based advisory system and having a automated weather station in every village is very important for this, to have a better claim for the crop insurance, and how the credit and there should be better credit system, transfer credit system. So these are the areas where we are also focused. We are also focused in our project. So let's go to the next slide. These are the adaptation components. So adaptation refers basically to the adjustment in ecological, sociological, and economic system in response to the actual or expected climate stimuli and their effects and approach. So it refers to changes in processes, practices, and structures to moderate the potential damage or to benefit from the opportunity associated with the climate. So in one way, we have to moderate the potential impact of the climate change or the losses, and also we have to take opportunities. There are some opportunities will be there, which will be coming out of the change in the climate. As I told you, that there likely to be increase in the production in the crops could be there. So these are the some of the areas we have to focus. So these are the adaptation process. I'm not going to go detail in that because I have something else for you in my coming slides for you. So these are the opportunities like integrated natural resource management, early warning models, disaster response relief, knowledge information network, etc., capacity building tools. And that is where area one of the capacity buildings is required. And National Institute of Rural Development is doing a lot of capacities related to climate adaptation strategies from our center, the Center for Natural Resource Management, Climate Change and Disaster Mitigation. So these are the areas where we have focused on. So we have a long way to go, and so to have to develop the coping mechanism, but we have to think, and it's a time to act fast. So I will start with the thing which was given by our Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation, that a technological society has two choices. First, it can wait until catastrophic failures expose systematic deficiency distortions and disruptions. Or secondly, a culture can provide social checks and balances to correct the systematic distortion prior to catastrophic failure. So we have two choices. Either we can wait till the catastrophe happens and we try to adapt for it, like we can wait for the climate change to happen and we see how the climate change impacts are there, and we try to change our behavior, change our adaptation strategy, where to do all these things. Okay. So another way we can have prior checks and balances and prior strategies, as we know what is going to happen in future. So these are the areas. So as a second choice, we are going to focus on adaptation strategies. Success story of this slide, as I told you. So SLAC project, that is called Sustainable Livelihoods and Adaptation to Climate Change. Short form is called SLAC. If you go to the Google and do the search for this SLAC term, you can get a lot of material and a lot of information on it. There are separate dedicated portals for available for this project. So basically, this project is a technical assistance to National Rural Livelihood Mission, NRLM, or it is called NRLM. That is Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission. It was funded by World Bank under the Global Environmental Facility, and to improve the adaptive capacity of the rural poor and engage in the farm-based livelihoods to cope climate change variability. So this one of the major objective of this project is that to improve the adaptive capacity of rural poor, especially related to farm-based livelihood. So this is one of the areas which were focused more on in this project. So that's why we had around 25 intervention adaptation strategies, which were given to the farmers. These were in the form of POPs, that is called package of practices, to establish a large-scale proof of concept on integrating community-based climate change planning and adaptation. So as a large-scale proof of concept, we have developed a tool, a climate change adaptation planning tool, that is called CCAP tool at the village level. It's a very good tool. In fact, that could be a separate training program for this CCAP, that is climate change adaptation planning tool. This tool basically is a decision-making tool for the villagers at the village level. It's a kind of basic. You start with the basic exercises. I'm going to deal with this tool briefly in my upcoming slides. So the SLAC components, as a project is component, the different components were there: planning, implementation, monitoring, and adaptation initiatives. And then capacity building and knowledge dissemination was there. Capacity knowledge dissemination is one of the area where NID was involved more, if I can say, because we did a lot of capacity building in this aspect. Then scaling of the mainstream of the community-based climate adaptation. This scaling was also done under our lead technical support. Then we have policy inputs, documentation, sharing, learning lessons. These are the areas which were focused in this project. These were implemented in two states, as I told you, Madhya Pradesh and Bihar. And in these two states, like in Bihar, we have taken 2 districts, not the entire state, on the pilot level. As I told you, it was just a pilot scale project. So we have taken 2 districts over there. Madhubani is the district where we have taken 2 blocks, Rajnagar and Khajoli. These 2 blocks were flood-prone areas. This Madhubani district is a flood-prone area, and the Gaya district where we have taken Barachatti and Garua block, where this was the areas which were drought-prone. And Madhya Pradesh we have taken Shivpur and Karhal was the 2 blocks where these were the drought-prone areas. And in Mandla was a flood-prone areas. Mandla district is a flood-prone area where Mandla and Bichia was taken. So basically, the kind of impact or stress on these districts were from drought to wetness. So this was the basic idea. So we have developed strategies for the drought areas and also for the wet areas. That is, those were susceptible for the floods. Okay. So why we have taken these 2 areas? Because there's the vulnerability where these two states in the pilot scale, because these are the 2 states which are highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Secondly, when the plan came out from the different states, these were the 2 states which were early to submit the plan. So they, as an early bird, also they got a benefit of having up this pilot project. But it is only pilot level, so definitely our idea is to now to project and a pan-India level to all the states. Because we have now developed a good package of practices, then also interventions, we have got some good success stories. So it is likely that the NRLM is going to have the learning outcomes from this project in future, and definitely there will be a lot of capacity building and also implementation at different levels. So I hope those participants here will definitely benefit from the information available here, so that initiatives could be started at your level at the SRLM of all the states. So even at this scale level also, SRLM can start planning on this, the kind of framework I am going to present over here. So if you can do that, definitely for the next financial year, you can start having implementation at your level. So even separate funding could be are there. Only because of this COVID-19 situation, things are getting different. Otherwise, this year we were thought of going to on a major scale of implementing this capacity building for different states. A lot of queries have come from Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand and Maharashtra, even from Andhra Pradesh. So this was our plan. Told you this was implemented in around 794 villages. 400 villages were in the earlier phase. Then later on we expanded to other villages. So it got into the roughly around 794 villages. The approach which was used in the SLAG is that we have community empowerment. We went for community empowerment and participatory decision making. So with this focus of community empowerment and participatory decision making, we have developed a tool called CCAP, Climate Change Adaptation Planning. Then we gave capacity building to the community resource persons and also to the mission staff of this 2-state tribal mission from Madhya Pradesh and Bihar, so that they can go further and scale down towards the village level. So we gave mostly the TOT level trainings for this, and we produce around more than 200 climate smart para professionals. They are called climate smart community resource person or village resource persons through our training program. So it had different partnerships with different institutions, and also we focus more on convergence rather than having a separate funding. Because as I told you, this project, as this project is there, this project was very small. The component of the project was only 50 crores, but the major of the funding or implementation was done through convergence modes from different flagship programs available in the rural development sector. So this is one of the area where we focused. So intensive capacity building was done, and government support conversion efforts was also taken up, as I told you. So a lot of conversions also came up, and climate resilient farmers, what we expected from that is that they should do proper soil management so that they can have healthy soil, stress tolerant seed varieties, climate resilient agriculture technologies, weather information, proper weather based information should be there. Weather link agro advisory system was also given to those farmers. So they have an app where the everyday weather based agro is given to them. we have basically installed the automated weather stations, micro weather stations in all these targeted villages. Then there was irrigation facility was provided to them, and also diversified livestock opportunities was given to them, so they can go for integrated farming systems. They can go for diversified livestock. For example, although people are more encouraged towards larger livestock like cow and buffalo because of the milk production system, but these livestock are also more vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So, so as having a livelihood for the livestock, like for milk production system, that's good because it's an alternative livelihood to the it's an addition to the agriculture or the farming system. But that because of the high vulnerability, we also emphasize to go for small ruminants and poultry system, especially backyard poultry and small ruminants. Small ruminants are highly adaptive to the impact of climate change. And as a strategy for climate change in future, I expect that people should go also concentrate on more on small ruminants because they have high adaptive capacity in future. So that is why we also focus more emphasis on the propagation and for the small ruminants. Then we also focus on ecology, insurance system, crop insurance system, and finance. So some financial assistance were also given to farmers and to the custom hiring centers. So these are the Slack interventions. We focused on the 4 quadrants, basically production systems. In production systems, the kind of interventions we had was related to crop diversification, crop rotation, seed bank, fodder bank, non-chemical fertility soil management, then non-chemical pest management was emphasized over here. Then ecological system, we have efficient irrigation system, groundwater recharge, aquifer management, watershed development, grazing land management. Then under financial system, had given access to the credit for the farmers and also to the custom hiring center. We established a lot of custom hiring centers over there in those villages. So every villages which we targeted in the earlier phase, around 480 something custom hiring centers were actually put over there. So we also had weather-based advocacy system and crop insurance system for that. Then under technological knowledge system, we had automated weather stations. So we put automated weather station each and every villages which were targeted. Local weather information where crop water budgeting was introduced. This was also good because if you don't have crop water budgeting, you cannot manage the water properly. Then adaptation planning was done through the CCP tool, which we developed. Then policy formulation was also done to some extent, so that this adaptation strategy can integrated. And all the fundings for these strategies was partially taken through this project, and partially or majority of the funding came for the convergence mode from the different flagship programs. So we for that capacity building we had 2 certificate training program. The one was climate change adaptation practices for sustainable livelihood for the community resource person, the village resource persons, which was of 15 days. So those CRPs were called to our institute for 15 days, and a kind of compact module was given to them, and they were expected to go back to their villages and they will disseminate the knowledge. We had a toolkit. We are given them a toolkit to disseminate the information, further information, so they can give a cascading mode training at the village level. Toolkit was also discussed, the toolkit also which was given to them. Then on community-based approaches to climate resilience and adaptation practices were given to the mission staff. This was a 10 days training program. So these are some of the training programs which were conducted in our institute. So this is the material which we have developed. We had for the 2 different programs, we had 2 different kind of training material which was developed with under considerable deliberations from the different experts all over India. Lot of different institutions and agencies were involved while formulating the module preparation as module and preparation or dissemination or the technologies or the technology related interventions. So this is available in our website. There is a separate website for dissemination of this information that is called nrdpr.gramswarajya.com. So if you go to the website, if you type NIDPR Gram Swaraj in Google, you can go to the website, that is Gram Swaraj website, which is developed by NIDPR. We have a course exclusively course available to you. You can take benefit of this online course. So this material will be available to you. So what we have done, we have in a toolkit, we have provided some videos, documentaries, which are provided from our projects. So we have a lot of documentary films, success stories, and technical demonstration videos also with us, which was produced by us during the implementation of this project. Those will be available to you. The posters are there. We have around 25 posters for 25 different interventions, which were done for these villages. So these posters were there, which are given to the community resource persons. Big posters are there, so they can hang over these posters on the wall. They were given this poster in a calendar type. Big calendars were there. So that calendar poster they could hang on the villages, and they can do the training to the other people, especially to the SHGs, different SHGs in the group. The project actually targeted the women SHG under the Mahila Kisan Sashактikaran program. So most of the beneficiaries from this project were the women SHGs. Were that this was our target. This is the posters we have got. We have the posters in Hindi as well as English. So these are the posters. Some example of this poster is given to you here. So these posters were used by the community resource person for further dissemination at the village level. Some mode of the training were classroom session, posters, videos, field visits, exposures, discussion, group discussion activities, etc. The training imparted were around more than 200 community resource persons were trained, and they were certified as climate smart CRPs. And this certification process was done by Manage. Manage is one of the institute in Hyderabad, which is the Apex Institute for Agriculture Management. So this certification was done from Manage. And for mission staff, we had trained around 114 mission staff for this training program. And also, as an outcome of these training programs, we had this course in our postgraduate diploma. We had a postgraduate diploma in that postgraduate diploma in rural development, 2 years course. That one of the paper is there, optional course paper is there, which is on climate change and ecology, this paper is based especially on the learning outcomes from this project. So this is the first time we got an opportunity. We can introduce a course where we can implement what we have learned from the field. So this is a very good opportunity. Even many of you can be interested to join this course, which will be very good for you. So the supporting organizations which were involved in this project was the major partner of Krida, NICRA, then Indian Institute of Rice Research, Indian Institute of Oilseed Research, National Institute of Plant Health Management, then Professor Jayasankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Directorate of Poultry Research, Veterinary University, then National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, then KVK's Kurnool, then KVK Turkey. These are the institutes which were majorly involved for capacity building period. And also, apart from that, we have other institutions at the local level in Bihar and Madhya Pradesh, which gave input in the technological part. So we have also developed case studies, different case studies for both the states. These case studies are there. I'm not going to read out each of the case studies for you, but I just presented these case studies over here. There are around 20 case studies. Out of this, the case studies which are presented over here, these are very good case studies, and these case studies have come out as a policy papers. And these case studies were actually, where the NRLM has given not to adapt this kind of case studies future work. So these are the case studies. These are available on our websites. Then we did a small impact study, how capacity building process was implemented in the field. So we did a lot of capacity building. So the output of this impact was that this project was what we could visualize in the last stages of the project is that there was increase in the adaptation of soil test, uh, weather-based agricultural plants, crop insurances, livestock, integrated farming system, integrated nutrient management, resource conservation practices, fodder crops, and small ruminant interventions. So these are the areas which have shown increase in adaptation by the villages in the pilot district. And also we have also observed that at the end of the project, on an average, it was observed that there was around 43 to 48%, 43 in Madhya Pradesh and 48% in Bihar, increase in the yield, and also 36 to 85% increase in yield in Madhya Pradesh and Bihar respectively. This kind of observations which we have we could get it. So the extent of adaptation of various climate resilient technologies, I have given here some of the technologies in the categories: ecology, finance, technology, and production system. Like technology, we have mentioned technologies here, and we have given the percentage of adaptation of each technology, the kind of technique used, so which were more adapted. So out of the 25 interventions, so which were more adapted, like Amrit Pani soil test, insurance, loan, weather-based agriculture system, climate change adaptation planning tool, which we had done for this project, IPM, etc., livestock management. These are more alternative like household livelihood management. These are more adapted technologies. Zero tillage, compost, conversion, micro irrigation, farm pond, SRI, poultry. These are the less adapted technologies. We have also got 2 policy briefs for each states. These policy briefs are also available on the website. Please go through that. There could be some benefit learning for you, because we have given suggestions what could be done for these states for further upscaling of this program in these 2 states. So for each states, we have a different policy briefs. We also had a national conference in the month of November. That was during the end of this project, and we have got a book of abstract. A lot of papers were there, and out of this, around there were 68 researchers who presented papers in that national conference, and out of that we have taken 22 papers, and we published in a book form. That book was published just recently last month. It is also available for you. Then these are the interventions what we had. See, I had out of the 25, these are not 25 interventions. I have listed all the possible interventions, which is available for ready to adapt. We have listed on 42 interventions over here. So if you go through these interventions, I have given specifically the interventions. For example, we have categorized the interventions into different categories. Like this is the category called soil health improvement practices. Under soil health improvement practices, the interventions are soil sampling, soil testing, vermicompost preparation, etc. So what could be the adaptation output coming out from that? Adaptations could be there from those strategies or those techniques are given over there. And also I have given the learning outcomes out of these techniques. It is available for you. So these are the interventions. Again, these are also soil related interventions. These are also soil related interventions available there. Then you have crop management practices interventions are there. These are under separate categories. So there are 7. We have made around 7 categories for that. Then these are the different interventions on the crop management practices. I'm just going the slide one by one, just to give a look on this kind of interventions. There are around more than 42 interventions, like pest and disease management. What could be the climate related interventions? So we have specified over here. Cropping system, change in the cropping pattern of system. What could be the adaptation strategies? That also been mentioned over. Alternative livelihood practices. What could be there? Those are climate resilient agriculture livelihood practices. Those are also mentioned over here. So you can go through these practices. Out of this, only 25 we have implemented in this state. So the training programs, lot of training programs are available. Different training programs are there. So farm mechanism also one of the aspect which was covered under this area. So under farm mechanism, we also went for custom hiring centers in these villages. Then technological interventions. We had two different companies, that is called Cropin and SkyMed. So Cropin was the company which provided the automated weather stations for these villages, which was provided and managed by the Cropin company. And SkyMet was the company which provided the agro advisory system. This agro advisory system, based on the data which was gathered from this automated weather station from each and every villages. So every villages used to get a separate advisory through the SkyMet, and there was a kind of a system where they used to get the messages through SMSs on a weekly basis. So weekly basis they used to get an agro advisory based on the climate, the weather, prevailing weather at that time. So this was very beneficial for the villages. It's not that other systems are not available now. Even other systems are available. Weather-based agro advisory is also available under the Krida Nikra initiative. Even people can benefit out of that. So these are the adaptation planning tool I was discussing. We have developed a passive participatory tool under the Slack product, which involved around 2 to 3 day field exercises. There are around 8 tools were used, in sub-tools were used. The technical consultation with experts were done. These are the some of the parts of the this CCP tool. I'm just briefly going to discuss the tool here. This is the tool which, as I told, it's a participatory tool. It will help to articulate climate risk and identify measures to address them. So it's a community engaging tool which captures different types of vulnerabilities across the communities in a village. So it's a village level tool. So it also orients the communities towards understanding the local climate change concept, how they are susceptible, how they are vulnerable, how the livelihoods are vulnerable to the climate change, and what could be the adaptation measures they could be taken up. So, so basically, I given an brief approach over here. You can go through the slides at the leisure. The basics. There are 3 steps involved in this tool. There are 3 parts in this. There are 11 steps involved in the CCP tool, and the 12th step was reporting step. So ultimately, when you do the exercise called CCAP, there were 3 parts. One was pre-field exercises, and other was the part B, that is field-based exercises. Part C was related to group discussion exercises. So these are the steps which you want. Like we collected background information regarding the village first, then we have satellite imagery of the village. Then we had a participatory satellite interpretation with the villages. Then we had a transact walk across the village. We had a village resource mapping with the help of the villagers. Then we had a sustainable livelihood calendar for developed with the help of the villages. Then after the calendar was developed, we went for identifying the climate risk and vulnerability. The climate and risk vulnerability was later on ranked on the basis of livelihoods and based on the perception of the communities. And also the ranking was done based on the net profit from each of these livelihoods. Then also we went from the ranking of the livelihood based on the climate risk, and ultimately we developed an adaptation matrix. So once this adaptation matrix was developed, this adaptation matrix, this is the way we did planning. This is how the planning was done at each and every village level. So this is the adaptation matrix we could get out of the exercise. Basically the focus of this exercise was that we can have a list of coping mechanism with low or no regret measures against each climate risk faced by the villager for their each livelihoods. So ultimately, we had a report like that. We had different kind of crop livelihoods, then climate risks, then adaptation options, then specific measures. The specific measures and diversification of alternatives where came out of the experts consultation. So experts consultation can be done regarding the adaptation options which are available, so that the villagers can be given a bouquet of adaptation measures for each climate risk, so that they can take up which is feasible to them, either in the form of a kind of resistant varieties, or either kind of irrigation management, either kind of credits either in the kind of cropping change in the cropping pattern or management or alternative value, whatever it is. So this kind of reporting matrix was the ultimate outcome of this exercise, what is called CCAP, Climate Change Adaptation Planning. This is a very unique tool, and this I will not get anywhere. If you the benefit that if you do a course, we have this course, online course is also available. You can do a special course for this, and you can do adaptation planning at the village level. This is one of the major, the most appreciable part of this project which we came out. So these are the framework of productions. Like production system, we have climate resilient interventions, then livelihood diversification, resource conservation. I'm going to quickly go to this slide because some of the slide like climate resilient varietal replacement. So we went for different kind of varieties, which were either related to which can overcome the waterlogging problem, which can overcome the reducing the rainfall, which are pest resistance, we can more tolerant to the heat stresses. So this kind of varieties was also introduced. So these varieties was not developed by us, but it was developed by different ICR institutions, and it is available through the KVKs, but people don't have knowledge for that. So that knowledge management part is also very essential. The livelihood diversification also, we had different bouquet of livelihood diversification, right from mushroom cultivation, beekeeping, intercropping, to contingency crop planning, to etc., backyard poultry, etc. This kind of diversification was made. Diversity options were available for them. So this diversification was basically given to reduce the vulnerability. So in the livestock livelihood diversification, like livestock management, we major emphasis were focused on health and hygiene management, vaccination. Then we also went for fodder management, etc. All this was achieved not the funding of the project, but through the conversion process from different flagship programs in the rural sector. So intercropping also, we went for different options. So you can go through this slide at leisure. So drought resistant crop varieties, sack farming was one of the areas. This was very popular in Bihar. Sack farming was introduced. This was very popular in Bihar as one of the livelihoods. As I told you, our major focus was on small and marginal farmers, not on the big farmers. This is a mushroom production was there. It was also very successful in Bihar and Madhya Pradesh. Orchard rejuvenations were also taken up. Then beekeeping, etc. Resource and practices, we went for a system of crop intensification like paddy, wheat, mustard, moong, etc. We went for SRI technique, we went for SWI technique. Zero tillage practices, this was also one of the practices which was introduced. Direct seeded rice was introduced, drip irrigation method was also introduced. Then ecological soil testing, tree plantation, soil health improvement, etc. were done. So as I told you, these are not some of the things which are not available or people are not known to that. These are available. Like for example, soil testing is there. People now, government is emphasizing compulsorily going for soil testing. They have health cards, soil health cards, etc. Okay, but to give this thing as a climate resilient package is something different. You know, otherwise people will not appreciate this kind of things. So soil health improvement was also done with different techniques were there. You can go this to this slide at leisure. Tree plantation was also done, one of the areas. Intervention water management was also done. So as I told you, under different package of practices, different successes were there, different response were given. These responses were not same across these two states like MP and Bihar. The responses were different. Some places, some villages had given this good response for some good adaptation practices related to water. Some were given good adaptation practices related to soil management. Some have given to alternative livelihoods. So these were the different responses we got. This is how we try to integrate the technology and knowledge systems. Best forecasting was also, agro advisory was also introduced. We had automated weather stations in these villages. Rain gauges were there, like maximum temperature, minimum temperature, rainfall, relative humidity, wind speed, wind direction. This data was everyday basis were automatically fed up to the server of this cropping. Then after that, sorry, by the SkyMet. SkyMet was the agency which was involved in that. Then after that, Croppin was the agency which issued a crop weather advisory based on the daily data. So a weekly 4 days to 8 days advisory was issued. This was the weather-based advisory, how it was done. So in the weather-based advisory, we also gave them package of practices advisory, curative advisory, livestock advisory, and soil advisory. So these were the different. These are 5 advisories were issued under the agro advisory system. So the messages. This is the how the SMS looked like. This is the SMS was looked like. This SMS was given to came to this community resource person, and that community resource person was supposed to write this message on the board in the villages so that it is visible to everyone. And apart from that, a derivation changes can be made to the cropping calendar or the CCP tool which we have developed. The farm mechanism, we had a custom hiring center, and which was highly successful, one of the interventions. And now even under the National Climate Resilient Agriculture Advisory, CSC is the area, like farm mechanism and custom hiring centers. So the areas where which will be promoted highly in the coming years. So a lot of hope is there. In this custom hiring center, what I would like to emphasize is that although we had given a lot of different options to the self-help groups people who were operated on they used to maintain on their own. Surprisingly, a lot of emphasis were not given on the big farm equipments, but the small farm equipments were more procured or more in demand, especially those equipment which could reduce the drudgery. So because most of the SHGs which were involved was women-based SHGs, so they give more emphasis for those equipment which could reduce drudgery. So this is one of the area which was very successful. Then farm mechanism, we had different. We have a kind of village tool bank concept. We had developed a village tool bank concept. In the village tool bank concept also, a lot of different equipments were procured and given to the farmer. This was maintained by them. Some of the tools are mentioned over here. Then we also had a lot of training and exposure visits to different institutions, KVKs, and different, as I told you, multi-level institutions were involved in this project. So finance level, we had like asked them to go for, also provided or helped them to provide livelihood related loans, grants, crop insurance. Then also through conversions, lot of financials was also involved. The outcome, the major outcome was that there was sending of the social capital, like micro enterprises, collectives were molded related to solar irrigation, organic services shops, mushroom producer groups were there. Then seed producers were also formed. Climate smart cadres were formed. Then customer centers were there, which was highly successful in the villages. Almost all the villages had very good customer centers and tool banks, village tool bank. So these are the adaptation strategy where we should focus. We should have an immediate exigency plan in future related to this kind of practices, and we can strengthen the existing capacities. So these are some of the areas. So the way forward is to address the climate change problem. Like we had to go for the local level. Unless and you don't go for the local level at village level, this problem cannot be addressed. So mapping of the sensitive areas to climate change is an essential requirement. Then a tool like CCAP tool, which we have developed in this program, should be adapted at each and every village level in future. And that's the plan basically. Maybe in the coming year, NRLM is going to introduce that. We had to go for climate resilient intervention related to practices. As I told you, we are given around 25 interventions over there. More than 40 interventions are already identified. And even beyond that, some new interventions are coming up. As I told, just to tell you that I'm one of the member of the National Advisory Committee on Climate Resilient Agriculture, where we are trying to identify new technologies, new climate resilient strategies will be trying to introduce in that. We are trying to introduce some of the new technologies which are not listed over here. So this will be also available in future. So they should go for exposure to best practices. Interventions is very important. The development of operational manuals. So until we don't have operational manual for all the entire process, the entire activity is useless. as I feel. So what we did, so in the capacity, during the capacity building, when we did a capacity building for climate smart CRPs, we also gave a operation module to them. So the material, the books, the two books in Hindi and English, which we are saying, which we are seeing the earlier slide. In those books, we have also given a chapter especially devoted to the operational manual. So once you get trained, how you are going to operate, once you go back to the villages, so separate operational manual is prepared for the villagers. This is community resource person, and also we have a separate operation manual for the mission staff of state rural livelihood missions. So I hope it's very highly beneficial to you. And also we have given a separate chapter on convergence of flagship programs, how the convergence of different flagship programs could be achieved to adapt climate change strategies. So these are the areas which are focused in this project. So thank you very much for attending this training, this session. Sorry, this session got a lot delayed because a lot of things were done, and this was my master slides, so I used for it. So many of the which you could have, which I skipped, you may go back to the this PPT. I have given this PPT to download. You can go for downloading this PPT, and you can go through this material. Extra material is also available through our website, that is called nirdpr.gramswarajya.org. So you can go to that website. Please go to the online course material. It's free. The course is free for you. If you go undergo this course, then you can get all the materials, the books which I mentioned over here. These are the books are the operation manuals, the field manuals basically, which are got a lot of deliberation and a lot of expertise over the years from the project called SLAC, that is Sustainable Livelihood and Adaptation to Climate Change. So hope in future we will have a highly sensitized state rural livelihood missions. Thank you very much.
Sir, thanks a lot for your wonderful presentation on the climate change adaptation with the participants. I hope all the participants they benefited a lot from your presentation. They learned many things from all the slides. Each and every slide is very valuable in the context of the climate change. I hope all the participants they benefited a lot from the presentation, and I thank bottom of my heart accepting my invitation within a short notice, and you have come on time to present the session. With this, I am very thankful to Professor Gavali Sab on behalf of the course and behalf of the participants. Definitely, sir, all the state rural livelihood mission, the state managers are there. They are implementing agencies at the state level. They are going to utilize your inputs in their particular field, farm and promotion of farm and non-farm livelihoods. Definitely, sir, as you said, they are going to join in the upcoming courses of this project as well as in the PG diploma program. They are going to get the benefit from the project, whatever we have done, the state of Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh. Definitely, sir. And there is a small request from the participants. They could not download the presentation due to some technical problem with the AView. I have contacted AView team. They said they have a problem. And if you share with the presentation with the course director, so that I can send through the mail to all of them. I thank all the participants for your patience hearing, and if you have any questions or observations, you can just put it in the chat box so that sir can able to see and respond to you. Hello, Suresh Babu sir. Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello. Sir, session is over, sir. Yeah, please, sir. I will make you the presenter, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes. Now, next presenter, our resource person is ready. I'm going to make him as a presenter. Before making him as a presenter, I thank once again Professor Gavali sir for his presentation. Thank you so much, sir, on behalf of the participants and the course team. Definitely, sir, they will use all your resource material. They will access the Gram Swaraj and IRDPR.in web portal for taking your all material. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining with us for the day 3 session on sustainable livelihoods and climate change and experiences of Slack project under NRLM. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Uh, I would like to introduce my professor, associate professor, Dr. V. Suresh Babu, sir. Uh, uh, Sir, he is already joined with us. He is from Northeast Regional Center of National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj. Currently, he is working there. So now he is going to present a talk on effective planning and implementation for promotion of livelihoods under MGNREGS. Professor Dr. Suresh Babu sir is having vast experience. Is more than 20 years of experience with the rural development and Panchayati Raj. Basically, he is a science scientist, and he was worked with the wage employment program at NIDPR long time, and he is very is having experience with the natural resource management, climate change mitigation. He is also having experience with the forest management, and he is basically a science background PhD holder, and currently is working with National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj. I requested sir and immediately accepted to deliver a talk in this training program. I am very much happy because he is very busy. Currently, today he is busy with the Assam Administrative Staff College other training program. And though he is very busy and he accepted my invitation and joined for the session, I requested him. So, sir, I am very sorry because 30 minutes delay happened due to some delay with the session. I hope you will understand and you can continue, sir. The next resource person will join at the 1 o'clock. I request all the participants, please cooperate with us. Today is the last day and we have one more technical session. She is also from the Assam. She is going to join from the Guwahati. And other day she could not able to join due to some technical issue. We are going to cover the session also today. Over to Suresh Babu, sir. Sir, please on your video, sir. Suresh Babu, sir. Please publish your video, sir. Suresh Babu, sir. Hello. Suresh Babu, sir. Yes, sir.
Rajkumar, you have not given me the presenter. Hello, am I audible? Am I audible, Rajkumar? Rajkumar, am I audible? Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Uh, I, this they may have- and now I have been asked to cover something on MGNREGS related to the yet 150 of Ministry of Development, and supported by Ministry of Agriculture. Then only we will be extending it to another 15 days. Additional 50 days will be allocated. 150 days during the last academic from the urban areas due to COVID. And to accommodate the people who have migrated and to provide them a decent living, earning and living. So we have extended with another 50 days. In Assam, when the migrants returned, the government has taken a very good action that they could take down, they could get the data, collect the data of the migrant laborers and their skill set. What is their skill set? What were they doing at the town or the cities, urban areas? What was their skill sets in that area? So once they react, we tried to at Assam, they tried to improve the skills to give them skills on the advanced technology of their existing skill set. This is one good thing that happened under Indian NRLM. Apart from that, you all know that Dr. Rajkumar, can you just tell me, is somebody covered MGNREGS already? Rajkumar, can you speak? Speak out, please. everyone. It is only for those farmers or the people and holders who are having less than 5 acres land. And this is the criteria we provide the employment asset creation for the people who are having area less than 5 acres and those who belong to below poverty line, beneficiaries of land reform and PMAY, presently PMAY, all this are being done. Okay, so these are the different category of roads we cover, and apart from that, we have given much importance on the natural resources. Yeah, by creating the asset, that is, we have to create a durable, quality, and product asset. So that is one criteria we have. So we are focusing more on the natural resource management. Indirectly, we are addressing the issues of climate change and disaster management also under this MGNREGS. As we find in most of the departments, fund availability is one of the crises. And apart from that, the timely release of it is an issue from this program. But whereas in the NRL, uh, uh, NRLM, we have not done. We get the funds at least by May last conservation. So we are taking up soil and moisture conservation work because mainly to address the climate issues as well as the disaster. For example, the topsoil, to form a 1 inch of fertile topsoil, it takes more than 300 years. Depending 1 inch of it takes more than 300. Whereas to erode this 1 inch of soil based on the soil slope, it may take 1 hour to 1 day to erode the topsoil. So now we are focusing to increase the productivity. First thing is we have to take care of the maintenance of soil fertility. So that is one major issue that we have to sustain the soil fertility. So in fact, the previous speaker might have enforced on soil fertility. That this is one thing we are focusing. Why we are focusing on this? Since land is finite, that is, we have a fixed area, and on the other hand, we are in our population is increasing, and due to fragmentation, the size of land holding is coming down. And another thing is, nearly about 80% of the farmers are small and marginal holders. Then we cannot go for high latest advanced technologies in the small and fragmented land holding. So either we have got some improved practices to increase the product per unit of land. So we are focusing much on this. Apart from that, we want to bring all uncultivable land under cultivation. For example, there are 18 categories of problematic soil like sodic soil, saline soil, waterlogged soil, snow-covered soil, hilly terrain soil. So all these soils need to be brought under cultivation. So how do we bring this under cultivation? So this is one program wherein if the slope is more than 20%, we can go for bench terracing and we can convert that land into productive land. So this is one. And if it is a salt affected soil or alkaline affected soil, we can go for afforestation with a species which can sustain the salinity based on the soil analysis or soil health card. We can know what is the status of the soil and which type of crop is suitable. Can we go for tree-based cropping system, or we have to go for the fodder so that we can sustain our livelihood? Somehow we are looking into different avenues or the ways to look into the increase the productivity of land. And we also want to sustain the livelihood. Apart from that, we are also focusing on the community assets, like if we have the revenue land, some of the areas, we have large areas of revenue land, especially in Rajasthan, where the desert prone areas are there, the soils are fragile. Under that situation, we are making use of this soil to bring under cultivation. And a very good thing we find in Rajasthan is we have ashrams for livestock. Once the onset of summer takes place, you can leave your cattle in the ashram, and after once we get the favorable conditions or the kharif season, we can get back to livestock from the ashram. So these ashrams can utilize the community land to feed these animals which are being dropped at their ashram by going for the staggered harvesting of fodder species. So this is, and apart from that, we have community wells, community water bodies. These areas can be brought under cultivation. So this is one thing. Well, coming to the implementation part. Planning and implementation is the main core that I have to cover. So here you may be aware that the program is being implemented under a three-tier system, the Gram Panchayat, Block Panchayat or Intermediate Panchayat, and the District Panchayat. Okay, so these are the three areas here. Now overall the responsibility of executing effective planning, implementation and monitoring can be done by the program officer, who is none other than block development officer. So he is whole and full responsible for effective implementation of the MGNREGS at the GP. Whereas for the administrative and technical approval, DPC, that is District Program Coordinator, who is the district collector or district magistrate, will be responsible for this, provide the technical and administrative sanction. Though the technical sanction is provided by the executive engineer, however, the administrative sanction will be given only on providing the technical sanction for a project. So before this is the importance of this implementation part. However, at the state level, we have the SEGC, that is the State Employment Guarantee Council, who will be acting as an advisory body as well as monitoring and evaluating that. They can also conduct the concurrent evaluation of the project, and they can suggest the policy changes to the Central Employment Guarantee Council, that is CEGC, which is under the Ministry of Rural Development. Once the SEGC submits, it will be reviewed by the CEGC and endorsed by the CEGC for the policy to make it as a policy to be recommended to the Ministry of Rural Development as a policy. So this is the part of implementation. So you know that at the Gram Panchayat level, we have the secretary and the field assistant, or we call it as Gram Rozgar Sahib, GRS. So these are the people with the support of Gram Panchayat President or Mukhya, we are going to implement the program at the Gram Panchayat. Whereas at the block level, we will be verifying the list of projects submitted from the Gram Sabha to the block panchayat, and there it is verified if any works which doesn't fall under category of 4 categories of MGNREGS, that is permissible work. The block panchayat has no powers to strike off or delete any of the works proposed by the Gram Panchayat through Gram Sabha, identified through Gram Sabha. Whereas the the block panchayat has to return back the work which doesn't fall under the category permissible under the MGNREGS. So this has to be revisited by the Gram Panchayat, by the Gram Sabha, and a resolution needs to be passed if there is a change in the work, and then submitted to the block panchayat. So then in similar fashion, there will be a consolidation of all blocks, and these works are done at the district level by the assistant engineer or the executive engineer or assistant DPs, ADP, that is assistant district program coordinator. So they will look into that, and once the consolidation is done, then it is submitted to the state. So the state will once again consolidate all the districts. So let us see what is this planning. Planning initially when the NREGS started, it was planned, the planning process will be initiated from August 15th. But now they have shifted from 2013, when the third operation guideline was issued. During that time, it was shifted from prepone from August 15 to October 2nd, so that they can have adequate time to take up this activity. So now, recently there was another guideline issued on 24th September. If I'm right, it is on 24th September or 27th September. They have issued another guideline, master guideline, wherein they have extended the submission of the state consolidated list of work to the ministry from 31st December to 20th January of the previous financial year. Okay, in the present financial year, for the next the works which are listed for the next financial year. Okay, so this leverage has been given instead of 3rd week December and submitting on 31st of December. The DPC will be able to submit on 20th January of the financial year. Okay, these changes have been taken place. Well, here is what I was talking about. We can take the Ward Sabha, or in Orissa we have the Panchayat Sabha. These sabhas are conducted at the village level, and these villages are consolidated in the Gram Panchayat at the Gram Sabha during Gram Sabha, and a list of works are prepared. Among the list of works, these are being prioritized and submitted for the approval for the financial as well as technical approval. It is submitted to the program officer at the block level. So the program officer will look into the list of work, and once it fulfills all the requirements as per the permissible works enlisted in the Act, so that will be considered. If it is not falling, any of the work, if it is not falling, he cannot directly delete that work. So he need to send it back to the concerned Gram Panchayat for modification or redistribution. So they may identify a new work for that in that place, or they may change the title or something else and send it for the approval. To consider that all the indicators which have been mentioned in the identification of work. So once it is fulfilled, then it will be submitted to the block. So block will consolidate all the Gram Panchayat which are falling under their concerned block. So this list of work will be submitted to the district Panchayat, and district Panchayat will look into the work, feasibility of work, they prepare the budget, they prepare the list of works to be considered for approval and placed before the DPC. The DPC will approve the work, and then only we call it as the list of work will become shelf of work, shelf of projects. So then we call it as SOP, that is shelf of project. So before providing the technical and administrative sanction, it will not have a unique ID number. So only after providing the technical and administrative sanction, then each project will get a technical ID or unique ID number for the given work, approved work. So this will be sent back to Gram Panchayat for implementation from April 1st of the next financial year. Okay, so this is how we do it. So here we are taking a lot of care. The one of the major problems in while planning is the participation of Gram Panchayat, the households in the Gram Sabha is very major. Whereas some of the states like Telangana, the Tamil Nadu, Kerala, the women participation and the representation from every household is mandatory, and they participate in the Gram Sabha so that they can list out all the work which they identify that best needed for the development of their Gram Panchayat. So they can propose so that they participate in the Gram Sabha. So for this, they in other states many schemes are there, like we conduct the what you call Rozgar Divas to create demand for the employment, and we also create awareness during this Rozgar Divas, and we will ask them to participate in this, and we provide a lot of IEC material, and we also come through various mass media communication as well as the display on the new site, that is the Gram Panchayat notice board, and even in the what you call the sandy local markets. These are being done, and another thing is through PRA we will try to enrich their knowledge, and we will take the local wisdom into consideration while identifying the work, and then we also cross-verify. We go for triangulation with the primary and secondary data which is available with Gram Panchayat, and we also go for the situation analysis. For example, if we are constructing a road, so what is the total length of road available in the Gram Panchayat? Let us assume it is 10 kilometers. If, for example, if it is 10 kilometers, out of this 10 kilometers length of road, how much area is a black tar one? How much is metal road? What is the distance of road which has been? Can you mute this?
Sir.
Hello?
Suresh Babu, sir.
Yeah.
Hello. Sir,
yeah,
many
yeah,
participants.
Please,
Sir, kindly just speak a little loud, sir, or increase your mic volume, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll just try to speak a little loud.
Yeah, now okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, thank you, Rajkumar. Thing is, situation analysis is very important. And when we have 10 kilometers, for example, if we Gram Panchayat has 10 kilometers of length of road, in that we have to bifurcate how much of area is backtarred one, all-weather road, and the other one metal metallic road, how much is there, and what is the earthen road available. So we categorize this, and on priority basis, what needs to be done, that needs to be discussed and here with the situation analysis. Similarly, for example, in Sikkim, they conducted 5P planning method. That is, Gram Pro Pur, smart speed planning, Gram Panchayat, at Gram Panchayat level. So this 5P planning system has supported to identify the BPL families in the Gram Panchayat. And all the developmental or welfare activities are provided to one single family who fall under the BPL family. So next year onwards, they should not say that we belong to BPL family. Because, for example, land development, providing the quality skills, providing any type of support or capacity on IPM, that is integrated pest management, INM, integrated nutrient management, and support from the CHC, that is Custom Hiring Center, for mechanization to reduce the mercury, then providing livestock, to cattle and the small ruminants like sheep and goat. Then we can also have some burrowing animals like rabbits, then the ornamental fishery for better revenue and marketing. So like this, all these are provided to one single family, and next year onwards, they should not fall under this because all type of development will be taken up. In case there are landless, so what should we do? So there is the question of non-farm activities will arise. Okay. Let me tell you how these non-farm activities are being taken care. In Tamil Nadu, what they do is, under Panchayat level, they have the Panchayat level fund. So if the out of 18 members who are the SSG members, they can come together and ask for the loan, and Panchayat can give a maximum of 2 lakh rupees to this the SSG for taking up any entrepreneurial activity. So, for example, like taking up the catering unit or going for this what you call housekeeping. For this, they can get the fund. So apart from that, they make the snacks, and those who are good in good orators, they will be able to go and talk to the officials in the nearby in the vicinity to sell their products, and they also market that. Some people may be good in marketing, like talking about some of the millets. These products are made of millet, and more so now the cases of diabetes is increasing. So during that time, they can provide this. These are provided, developed, manufactured by using the millet. So we are prepared by the millet product. So you can take this, and your sugar levels will come down. Like this, they market it, and they become the entrepreneurs. So whenever there is Narega work is there, they will participate in the Narega. Once they get exhausted with 100 days of employment, they form into the group, take some entrepreneurship, and then they take care of the individual activities. Apart from that, in 2 states, these SHGs have purchased the cattle in their individual member level, and every member will have one cattle. So if all people have to go for feeding that cattle or for grazing, take the cattle for grazing, instead of all going together, one person will take care of the grazing of animals. So the rest of the people will join together and prepare the product which they can sell. And all members will not join in preparing the product. Maybe 1 or 2 are good in preparing some snacks. So they will focus on the preparation. And the other part will be on publicity, and other group will be working on the disposal or marketing of product. Like the division of labor is being taking place in a SSG, so that we also need to slowly wean away the dependency of this landless workers from the MGNREGS. How long we can keep funding the wage seekers? For example, it becomes a burden for the government of India. For example, when we started off with this MGNREGS, our budget 30,000 crores. Now it is 70,000 crores. Okay, due to this year, the budget allocated is 60,000 crores and 40,000 additional crores were given in the name of COVID to meet the requirement of the reverse migration, migrated families. Okay, so we started with 30,000 crores and now we have reached 70,000 crores. Do you think that we have increased the number of projects, or the labor has increased, or the demand for NREGA work has increased? On an average, the national average of mandates created is ranging between 52 to 54, 56, and it is not going beyond that. However, we have certain families who are completing 100 days of employment, whereas many are not completing 100 days. So, yeah, then why they are not completing? Do you think that they are not interested in NREGA? Yes. The question here is, the market wages are more than the NREGA notified wages. So they are more interested in working in the market wage rate than the NREGA wage rate, because only those who are participating in NREGA are not the abled body wage. Those who are between the age group of 25 to 45, they migrate for the higher wages, whereas the pregnant women who need to take care of their children, aged parents, aged people, these people who are out of the market wages, then they are working in that area. So the task assigned will not be completed on time. So when they don't complete the task, then what happens? The wages provided will be less than the notified wages. So once the wages are low, will they be interested? So whereas in Kerala, they provide employment to all the wages, equal wages, that is, everyone will get full wage in the under NREGA. And at each work site, we can find 600 women participating, 500 women participating in NREGA work site. And even in Tamil Nadu, you can find 100, 150. When you come to UP and MP, what is the participation rate? If you see Punjab and Haryana, what is the participation rate? It is 25% participating in NREGA in Punjab and Haryana, because agriculture strengthens the livelihood support system in Punjab and Haryana. Whereas, and another part, interesting part is, in Sikh community, we don't have the beggars or the BPL. So if there is someone who are unable to sustain their life, they can go to the Gurudwara, they can work there, and they can earn their food as well as some livelihood. And they will also give the capacity building to turn them into an entrepreneur. And they will be put under some handholding the entrepreneurs, well-built entrepreneurs, so that they also develop into an entrepreneur. So this is how we don't find a beggar in the Sikh community. Whereas in the other communities, we find the beggars and the BPL families. So for them, we need to provide some support for their livelihood. NREGA is one which can support only the families who are distressed and who don't have anything to use, but just provide a substantial income for their living. So once they settle up, they can form into the SSG, they can become the entrepreneurs, then they slowly gain away from the wage employment. This is what we are expecting. Why we are expecting this? When we started off the NREGA, the wage rate was 60 rupees as per the Act 2005 NREGA Act. It is not less than 60 rupees for the wage rate. and this is as per the Minimum Wage Act 1948. And now we have the notified wages. Under notified wages, based on the standard of living, so the Ministry of Rural Development will announce the notified wage in the first week of January of every financial year. And that wages will be implied to the for the financial year from April to next March year. That period will be using this notified wage announced on that previous financial year. Okay, so these wages are very low. Even now, the wage rates are high. The NREGA wage rates in Punjab, Haryana, Andaman Nicobar are high, but still people are not ready to accept this wage. Now, the government of India has taken a step to consider the time work motion study so that they can calculate the actual wage, the task to be completed on their daily basis. So, if
Hello,
that,
sir.
yeah.
Sir, slides are not moving, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. No.
I will just, yeah. This is regarding the planning we have covered adequate, and now we have spoken about the wage rate, and now we will move to the budget preparation. How do we prepare the budget under NGNREGS? So we have this funding pattern. Central government funding will be 90% and the state government funding will be 10%. So this is funding pattern by union government and the state government. So out of that 90% of the funds allocated by central government, the components covered are 100 wage rates are covered by the state government, the central government. Then 75% of the material components will be covered by the central government, and 6% administrative costs will be covered by the central government. Then we have the state 10% state contribution, national grant. In that, we will have 25% of the material. And if we want to provide more than 100 days, that employment cost needs to be, wage rate needs to be taken care by the state government. And apart from that, if the state government want to provide more than the notified wage, then the state has to bear that additional fund. The unemployment allowance needs to be borne by the state government. So since the liability is on the since the responsibility lies on the program officer, in case if the program officer doesn't provide employment within 15 days, the unemployment allowance to the VHC. So to avoid this thing, how we know that he has not been provided employment within the stipulated time? So when he demands for the employment, we have to provide a dated receipt. If the dated receipt is not provided, how can we know that how long he was waiting for that employment? So many of the states are not providing the dated receipt. Now a new system has been arranged. That is, as and when we get the funds, we start taking up the NREGA. So is this right? As per the Act, it is wrong. So thing is that now and then there will be lots of circular policies issued under NGNREGS. Because though we have completed 1.5 decades, but still we are in the learning phase. Because Indians are brilliant. We know that we come out with some policy, they will find some other way to go for other activities. I don't want to say corruption, leakages will start. So to curb these leakages, Government of India, state governments are trying a lot, and they keep on issuing new circulars, new guidelines, like master guidelines now recently issued, the progress of the program at the grassroots level. Well, the state government will also consider the expenses of the SCGC. SCGC has to meet twice in a year, that is once in 6 months. So, the expenditure of the SCGC meeting should be borne by the state government. How many states are conducting this SCGC meeting? This is very peculiar that most of the states are not following this. And penalty on delay payment. For example, if their work has been completed after closing the master, within 15 days, the wages need to be deposited in the wage keeper's account. However, there is a delay. If you open up the MGNREGS website, nreg.nic.in, you will find one statement made by 15 days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, more than that. So all this will be visible. So when this report, how to calculate this wages? Well, let us assume the wage rate is 135 rupees. So this 135 is the 100% of labor component. Okay, so if this is the 100 labor component, what is the Act say 60-40 ratio? What is 60 and what is 40? 60% of the total budget needs to be allocated towards the labor component and 40% towards the material component. So let us assume that 135 is 100%, of which 40% will come to 90 rupees, and that will become, make a wage and material component becomes 225 rupees. So when you see the material component cost, it is 90 rupees. So 90 plus 135, 60, 40 becomes, yeah. So total upper cost into the number of households into number of state government and central government. These are the stakeholders in the MGNR, under MGNR. So now you can see that under Gram Panchayat, we have already discussed about the planning process. We have discussed about identifying of work, and we have discussed regarding the design of the program. Then we have discussed about the what is that? One is crutch facility for the women who carry their children to the work site to be taken care by the ayahs at the work site, that is crutch facility. Then drinking water facility, then medical facility for first aid facility, and the other one is the shelter facility. So these are the four. Nowadays, the crutch facilities are being weaned away. Why? Because if the children are placed in the Anganwadi, they will get not only the care, they will also put in the Anganwadi. So, and they can take better. Apart from that, they can also teach them some of the basics, and also they can learn there. And children who are above 6, they can go to schools and they can learn. Whereas the other one, that is medical facility, that is first aid facility. Now to attract more people to participate in the MGNREGS, in states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, they are sending the mobile van, medical van, to the work site area. So if they come to know that the medical van is coming every 15 days once, fortnight once, or once in a month, they assemble there so that they can save their money going to the PHC, a primary health center, then getting back, waiting for the doctor, or spending some time there, having their food while waiting for the doctor. All these expenditures can come down and they get the medicine at their doorstep, at their work site. So, and apart from that, they also do the blood test and they also teach them about the health hygiene. And during the COVID, the Tamil Nadu has taken a lot of care, and Kerala got the best award for the Kerala COVID hygiene maintenance and the promotion and providing the best care to the household at a household level. This is one best example we have from Kerala. So these are some of the roles and responsibilities assigned for Gram Panchayat, Block Panchayat, District Panchayat, State Government and Central Government. Well, coming to the convergence, I just stop it here, Rajkumar. With this slide, I will close it. So we talk about the quality of asset. Improve quality of asset. So, for example, we are going for, and here I have given an example of the biodiversity vertically and the horizontally, and vertically we can have all the work we need to take up. Then we can know which are the schemes we can support our activity. So like that we can pool all the funds for that particular activity. For example, taking up the digging of tank. Let us assume deep digging of tank. Can we take it up under RKVY? Yes, we can take it up. Under natural National Biodiversity Board mission, yes, we can do it. Then under MGNREGS, yes, we can do it. And National Watershed Development Program for rainfed areas, yes, we can do it. Then compensatory afforestation fund management and planning authority, we can do it. So yeah, we can list out the schemes which we can execute and which can contribute some fund. So instead of a duplicacy of work or doing patch work, if we pool all the funds assigned for a single task, so then the quality of the asset can be improved. So this is how we are focusing. Because from NREGA, we started converging with the different departments. And this is one example I would like to quote. Like this, the continuous contact branches, target contact, traffic proof plans, boulder check dams, step-in method of percolation pond or the traditional water body or dug wells to avoid mortality of planted seedling in the flooding area, going for the mounted planting. So these type of works can be taken. Well, this is what I want to say about NREGA planning. Implementation, then so this is what I want to discuss with you. Hope I have done with the slides. If there is any questions, I can take it. Yeah, Raj Kumar.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Covering within the step.
Yeah.
Planning very important at the grassroots level. That is what we are looking for the implementation of who rest of the happens in a proper way. Then in this presentation going to be very effectively from this session. All the participants will get the benefits are now. I hope all participants they received very good inputs from Dr. Suresh Babu sir. I request participants if you have any questions or any observations during this presentation, you can post through chat box so that sir can able to read and respond to you.
Yeah.
Because since we have shared with the desktop, it is very difficult for them to download it.
Okay. Then I will share it to you and you can share it with them.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, as suggested by Professor Suresh Babu sir, he will send it to me. I will send to your respected registered email IDs so that you can go through later. You can understand more and more in a better way. I hope there is no question from the participants, sir. If you have any questions regarding the planning and implementation, kindly post it. Otherwise, we will proceed to the next session.
Thank you, Rajkumar.
Thank you so much, sir, on behalf of the course and on behalf of the course team and the participants. I thank you once again, sir, for accepting and sparing your valuable time. Though you are very busy with the other programs already going on, but you have given the time for the course, sir. I'm very thankful to you, sir. I hope the same kind of support will be for my training courses in the future. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Namaste, I think sir. I have saved your time too.
Yes, sir.
Exactly
yes, sir.
By 1 I have closed it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, there was a sound issue technically because the bandwidth problem. Northeastern states, we always face this problem. I hope all participants will understand the issue. Otherwise, there will not be any problem. The session is very useful, sir. Very informative, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Participants, thank you so much. Now I am proceeding to invite one more person. She is already online. She is waiting for the next session. Actually, she is supposed to complete her session during the first day of the training, but there was a technical problem with the AVO, and now she is sorted out those issues and she is ready to present her session now. I hope all are ready to listen now. Now it is 1 o'clock, close to 1, and today is the last date. I request to participants kindly bear with us so that we will end up with the remaining session. If you say yes in the chat box, then we will proceed and I will welcome the resource person. Is it okay? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much for your encouragement, Jermia, Amit Kumar, and all. Yes, sense. Yes, sir. Thank you, Vijayalakshmi Madam. Thank you so much. Really, I appreciate your patience hearing. It is a online session. It's very difficult, I know. But even though you all are attending, I am very happy. And thank you so much for your continuous support and encouragement. With this, I am welcoming the day. We have one more resource person from Northeast, Guwahati, Assam. Her name is Ratna Biyan. Madam, kindly just on your video. Please on your video. I will make the presenter role. Please on your video. Dr. Ratna Biyan. Dr. Ratna Biyan. Yeah, please on your video so that you can able to talk. Dr. Ratna Biyan. Thanks a lot, all the participants. I'm so happy after reading your all messages and encouragement. Madam, please on your video. Yeah. So you have that button, madam, video. Start video. Start video. And check your audio and video. Once you start, then it automatically appears to me. Then I will give the moderator button. Yes. Just click on the audio video check button. Automatically on. No, not yet. No. Yes, now, okay, now I can. Yeah. Then you have to. I am just giving the interaction, madam, right now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I can able to see now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
madam.
you.
Yes, I will just make you the presenter. So once I make you the presenter, then you just give me the interaction option to me so that I can able to talk to you in between if anything went wrong or presentation slides in regarding. You have to share your PPT. There is a document button is there. There also you can upload directly once. As it was scheduled, we have discussed it. And she is working as an assistant professor with Nastit Regional Center at Guwahati, Assam. Comes under National Institute of Development and Panchayati Raj. And hello?
Yes.
My voice is clear? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She is working as an assistant professor. She is having more than 15 years of experience in the field of livelihoods, micro enterprise, value chain development, marketing, more than this is deep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I requested and RD and PR officials are there, and there are faculty from SIRD and ETC. They are all part of this training program. I hope through your presentation they are going to benefit the experiences of Northeast. Over to you, madam. Uh, please just share your document. I think document is under process. I can able to see. And over to you, madam. Please have a eye on chat box so that you can able to see if anything uh, is is required from your if any participant so that
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes.
Am I audible to all of you? Yeah? Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm trying to upload the document. Yeah, yeah. Mr. Kishore.
That desktop.
Yeah, 1 second. Huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Desktop. Yeah, done that. Start desktop sharing, right? Oh, 1 second, 1 second. I need to bring the file here. Yeah. Right. I'm doing it. Just give.
You put it in this mode, presentation mode.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Now it is visible. Please keep it in. Yes.
It is okay.
Okay.
Done.
Done.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. Thank you, Mr. Naya as well. Good afternoon to everyone present. This online program. People from Northeast SRLM, I think has shared with me that most of you are from SRLM, from different states. So I welcome all of you to this session, and the topic which you see on the screen, non-farm livelihoods development or promotion under NRLM. This is a topic which has been suggested my good friend Dr. Rajkumar, and I accepted it at one go. Like I have been, as Dr. Rajkumar has mentioned, I have been working on this field for the last almost, more than 13 years now on promoting entrepreneurship. And it's a career which I have built up, by associating myself Institute of Entrepreneurship Guwahati, which is right small case. We have done a small evaluation study for SRLM Assam. It was basically an organization, which went into implementing non-farm sector livelihoods. So we would look at the project, how it has fared, and what can be done more, right? So I begin from here. I hope my slides are moving now. Yes. So when most of you are into NRLM, I think you have internalized this statement, right? That major focus of NRLM is to stabilize and promote the existing livelihood portfolio of the poor, both across the farm and non-farm sectors, right? Looking at the entire portfolio of livelihoods of each household, this is what the NRL details that the details of the poor households, wherein we have both the farm and the non-farm sectors. At the same time, while trying to promote the farm and the non-farm sectors, we are trying to provide the support services, facilitate the support services for the activities, for the different types of livelihood activities, for the activities which make up the portfolio of livelihoods of the rural households, both at the individual as well as at the household level. NRLM particularly talks about collectives. When we try to understand the core content of NRLM, we find that NRLM is all about collectives, right? Now, basically, it is the group organization or the organization at the grassroots. It can be any organization, starting from the self-help group to the VO to the village, the federation, cluster federations, which in a collective mode, can activities which can bring in decent livelihoods to the poor households at the village level, right? Facilitating livelihoods both at the promoting them. Why are we talking about, or why Dr. Rajkumar has given me this topic of the need and importance of how non-farm sector livelihoods can be developed or promoted. Now, when we tie up these two connotations, these two words, development and promotion, with livelihoods, we are actually looked livelihoods from one level to another level. We are talking about scaling up the livelihoods from one level to a level which is higher than the present level. So when we talk of developing or promote any kind of livelihood, be it in the farm sector or non-farm sector, we are talking about scaling them up. We are talking about giving a better opportunity to the livelihood so that it can scale up. That is the idea behind talking about, in this next few slides, we'll be talking about the need and importance. So this is the idea behind, like why we need to go in for developing or promoting the non-farm sector livelihoods, right? Now, when we talk about developing or promoting the non-farm sector livelihoods, we need to keep in mind that we are basically talking about transforming the non-farm sector livelihoods into better opportunities in the form of entrepreneurship, right? So in the second part, we'll be discussing about SVEP, then we'll take up entrepreneurship. For the first part of the presentation, we are moving ahead with identifying or knowing why non-farm sector livelihoods, development or promotion of non-farm sector livelihoods is so important, right? When we try to categorize the non-farm sector livelihoods, we will find that eventually we can categorize the non-farm sector livelihoods into two categories. Okay, the first category is the category of services which pertains to farm livelihoods, like the livelihoods which are there, the services from the non-farm sector which goes to the farm sector. Farm sector, see, it needs if we look at the whole chain of producing a particular commodity, we'll find that the non-farm sector is a part and parcel of the farm sector activities. So when any non-farm activity or any activity in the non-farm sector pertains to giving service to the farm sector, we term it as the first category of non-farm livelihoods. right? If you look at the examples here, they can be blacksmiths, starting from the plow to the final product. The role of blacksmiths we all need to acknowledge, right? Carpenters, the wheels, what they are doing, they are basically repairing the plows, they are making the plows, they're making the wheels, they're repairing the wheels, right? So what they are doing, they are providing, they are like giving their services to the farm sector. But we recognize these services from the blacksmiths, from the carpenters, as to services from the non-farm sector. So they are basically non-farm livelihoods, right? So please remember, when we talk about non-farm livelihoods, when we talk about the first category of non-farm livelihoods, we are basically talking about those livelihood activities in the non-farm sector who are providing services to the farm sector, right? Like traders selling agriculture inputs like seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, agriculture pump sets, tractors, etc. Moneylenders, whom the moneylenders are helping again, this is again a non-farm livelihood, right? They are basically providing loans to the agriculture sector in the villages, in the agriculture sector in the villages. So they are basically again, giving a service to the farm sector by virtue of being a non-farm livelihood. Watchmen for fields and water maintenance, people engaged in value addition like dairy, honey cleaning, oil crushing, extraction, etc. They are all engaged in non-farm livelihoods, but they are providing services to the farm livelihoods, right? Loaders, transporters, moving the produce from the market, traders buying the produce, veterinary service providers, people engaged in making or selling animal feed, all of them, they are recognized as non-farm livelihoods, but then they are providing their services in the farm sector, to the farm sector, right? So they are termed as the first category of non-farm livelihoods. Let us move on to the second category of non-farm livelihoods. Who are they? The second category of non-farm livelihoods comprises of those, those livelihoods meeting the non-farm sector needs. First category of livelihoods, although they are non-farm sector livelihoods, they are meeting the needs, they are catering to the needs of the farm sector. The second category of non-farm sector livelihoods are basically meeting the, needs of the non-farm sector. The livelihoods, they belong to the non-farm sector. They are giving the services to the non-farm sector, like potters, weavers, carpenters, blacksmiths, they fall both in the first category as well as second category. When we look at the blacksmiths in the second category, basically they are making the non-farm goods, right? They are not providing, unlike in the first category where they are developing the plow or repairing the plow, they are not working in that manner. In the second category of non-farm sector, non-farm sector livelihood, they are basically giving their services in the non-farm sector, right? So it may be, making the wheels, it may be making anything related to the works of a blacksmith, right? People engaged in mining, quarrying, machines, construction work, barbers, washermen, priests, transporters, teachers, health services, persons providing cell phone, copier, internet services, retailers, patty shops, shopkeepers, etc. They all belong to the second category of non-farm sector livelihoods, right? But for this particular presentation, we'll be concentrating only on those non-farm livelihoods which pertains to, which pertains towards building upon entrepreneurship, right? So this is how we can classify both the first category and the second category of non-farm livelihoods. Now, why non-farm livelihoods? What is the importance of non-farm livelihoods? Why do we need to, think about developing the non-farm sector livelihoods? There are two set of factors, which usually work amidst the poor households at the village level. The push and the pull factors, right? Now, what is this push and the pull factors? Basically, these two set of factors, they work upon the households, helping them to diversify into different livelihood activities, right? Different livelihood activities, both, here I am talking about only the non-farm livelihoods, but they work upon both farm and non-farm livelihoods, right? Let us come to the first set of factors, the push factors. when push diversification occur, when does the family intend to, maybe change the occupation, change the livelihood, or, add on to the present livelihoods under push factors? Now, distress or push factors are a set of factors, which occurs in an environment of risk, market imperfections or agriculture unemployment. All of us see when we are talking about 58 to 60% of the GDP coming from the agriculture sector, we need to remember at the same time that there are certain market imperfections or the problem which abounds largely. Agriculture unemployment, right? When we talk about a village household, every member of the family being engaged in the farms, what we are talking about, if we look at very closely, if we look at the land which they possess, we'll find that out of maybe out of 5 members, if a household comprises of 5 members, and if they tell that all 5 of them are engaged in the field which they possess, we will find that hardly maybe 2 persons suffices, are sufficient to work on the field, the kind of plot they possess. Right? The other 3 people who are said to be actually engaged on field are disguised, employment. Even if they leave the field work, even if they do not contribute towards the farm activities, the production in that particular farm would not come down. Right? The production would remain the same. So they are disguisedly, unemployed. Right? So for the poor households, if we look at the poor households, it is more the push diversification, the push factors, which are at work, because the environment does not support them. As a survival mechanism, they have no other alternative but to take up some other activities in addition to the farm activity, or maybe move from farm if the person concerned or family concerned is a landless household, a landless farmer. They have no other alternative but to fall back upon other non-farm livelihoods as a survival mechanism. They need to adopt other livelihood activities to go in for a decent livelihood. Right? So push or distress diversification pertains basically to the poor households as a survival mechanism. Please remember this. All right. So NRLM, you are working among the poverty-ridden families. You are basically trying to build up the farm and non-farm sector livelihoods among these families because of the push factors, push diversification. Right? Now, what is pull diversification? For some households, in the villages, it might be so that they are, they are earning a decent income, but they see opportunities, elsewhere beyond the sources which they have as income sources. They see some other sources which can contribute towards their, their income or their livelihood, in addition to what they are practicing right now. So they try to diversify, they try to build upon the basket of activities which they are practicing, add on the number of activities, right? So that little more income, can come into can be added to the household income. All right. This is pull mechanism. So if you read this statement here, if the returns from non-farm employment are higher than returns on farming, and the risk is also relatively less, right? Then pull factors are at work. So what are these pull factors? What does really help a particular household to go in for diversification with a set of pull factors? Maybe improve education. The average number of education years which a family has. Somebody in the family might have read up to class 10, someone might have read up to class 8, someone a school dropout, someone might have read up to class 4. So if you take the average of the family, education of the members in the family, and if you find that that particular average is increasing, I mean, if you find that the members of the household are, getting better education opportunities, this improved education opportunity would definitely lead to diversification in their livelihood basket portfolio of activities, right? So improved education always gives them an opportunity to seek for income in other activities, improved activities, right? Skills. If you give them, if you impart them skills, right? DDU GKY, a part of NRLM. If you impart them skills, sector skill council programs, so many programs have come up, which have been implemented by Government of India for imparting skills. So what happens when they get skilled? They get more opportunities to work outside the traditional basket of activities in which they are involved, right? So this is again a pull factor. Building networks. The more networks you have, the more access you have to other organizations and institutions, who can offer you better opportunities for better livelihood, right? You can definitely go for a diversified livelihood basket, but then the factors or the mechanism behind will be the pull factors. The factors which are at work are all pull factors, be it improve education, be it skill, be it building network. These are all pull factors which pulls a family, outside the traditional basket of portfolio of livelihoods or activities. Right? So these are the two set of factors which basically work upon any household in the rural gamut or rural society, the push and the pull factors to diversify into different types of livelihoods. Right? Now, if we say that these are the two sets of factors which work upon the push and which work upon the household portfolio to change, right? Change for a betterment, change for a more decent livelihood, change for better income, change for better profit. So why do they do it? Let us see why it is important, that they go in for this livelihood diversification, right? Particularly with respect to non-farm sector livelihoods, right? The first point, if you look at this slide, there are a couple of points we'll be discussing. The first point, if you look at this slide, it is talking about non-farm sector livelihoods being one of the potent instruments for alleviating rural poverty. Non-farm sector livelihoods is in fact recognized as one of the primary sectors, which can provide employment opportunities to the rural households. That is one. Secondly, highly diversified. This sector is highly diversified in terms of size, productivity, income, etc., etc. Till a couple of months back, not even a year completely, we are talking about three sectors: micro, small, and medium enterprise sectors. Now we are talking about nano sector, nano enterprises. We are talking about nano enterprises, right? What are nano enterprises? Those are all household enterprises. Like pickle making, achar making, papad making. So these are all small enterprises run single-handedly, right? Single-handedly by a family member in the family without there being any employment from outside, right? These are all, household enterprises. So they vary. Like if you take up a household enterprises, its size can vary in terms of employment, its size can vary in terms of investment, its size can vary in terms of turnover or profit or income, right? Likewise, the livelihood activities in the non-farm sector which one takes up can also be different in terms of productivity, in terms of income. And if you look at the artisanal livelihoods, the handloom, handicraft sector, if you look at these two sectors, they are more diversified. The handloom and the handicraft sectors are more diversified in terms of size, business size, in terms of productivity, in terms of income. You will find more prominence in diversification in handloom and handicraft activities, or in handloom and handicraft livelihoods. All right. Also, the share of non-farm income and employment in the total income and employment of the rural households, the data says that it is on the rise in India. Right? The non-farm income of late, since independence, we have been talking about giving a push, to the GDP, to the growth of the country, growth rate of the country via agriculture. But in recent times, this has changed. This has changed, and we are looking at the non-farm sector, non-farm sector, how its contribution towards GDP can increase, for betterment of, betterment of livelihoods of people across both the rural and the urban gamut, right? So these are a few factors which have come in, with a few characteristics of the economy which are pushing, the non-farm sector livelihoods, right? Now, added to these three factors, there are a couple of more, like rural industries are generally less capital intensive. With very less capital, you can start the enterprises they are more labor intensive, right? Rural industrialization has significant spin-offs. Once you develop some kind of enterprises in the rural non-farm sector, once you can promote or develop the rural livelihoods into some kind of enterprises in the non-farm sector, that naturally gives a push to the farm sector activities as well. Demand rises for the farm sector, farm sector output, right? So there is a spin-off. If you do non-farm sector development also leads to a farm sector development. All right, rural non-farm sector livelihoods, they help in reducing the income inequality. Inequality of income distribution. Income inequality, that distribution, which we find so many studies are there pertaining to this income inequality across villages, across regions, across rural urban demographic country. If you go through them, you will find that non-farm sector livelihoods can contribute in reducing this inequality of income distribution. All right. It is the next point. It is found that the power worker productivity and earnings are higher in non-farm than the farm employment. Power worker productivity actually, together with earnings are higher in non-farm sector than farm employment. Right. Non-farm activities give improved employment scope to women. That is why perhaps NRLM is into pushing non-farm sector livelihoods right now, because NRLM is all about women, right? So non-farm activities, apart from agriculture, women are also engaged in some kind of, although they are not recognized, all right, they are not recognized. But when we talk about handloom and handicraft activities, more particularly handicraft activities, if a gentleman of a household is engaged in a particular kind of craft, maybe cane and bamboo craft, it is the contribution of women is always forgotten, right? So contribution of women, which is there, it is never counted, and there is opportunities. So NRLM is pushing non-farm activities to give improve employment scope to women, so that the work get recognized, right? Their contribution get recognized. So these are some of the factors or some of the characteristics of the economy for which we are trying to develop or promote the non-farm livelihoods. Now, when we talk of non-farm, developing the non-farm livelihoods, we are basically talking about the principle of profit. We are basically talking about the principle of profit, increasing the profit. Now, when you talk about increasing the profit, obviously we are talking about getting access to market. We are talking about getting access to better inputs, bulk inputs. We are talking about raising the productivity. We are talking about raising the income. We are basically talking about catering to need-based demand. Right? Now, when we are talking about catering to need-based demand, along the value chain of any product, we are talking about linking that, linking the product to the world market. Okay, so we'll not go into detail about the value chain, the impedance value chain, or how this can be linked into the world market. That is altogether a different chapter. But why I have mentioned this here is we would be moving to the next part of the presentation, which is about SVEP, Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program, which NRLMs are implementing right now. right? So when we're talking about developing or promoting non-farm livelihoods under NRLM, we are actually talking about transforming, we are talking about transforming the non-farm livelihoods into entrepreneurship. And that is where the startup village entrepreneurship programs comes in, right? So let us, through a few slides, let us quickly look at what SVEP is all about, right? I think most of you who are into promoting non-farm livelihoods, by now you are very well aware about what is SVEP, focusing upon, right? So basically SVEP aims at stabilizing the current livelihoods of the poor households, supporting the necessity and traditional sources of income, right? Giving a support to the necessity and traditional sources of income, will come to that, and then helping, generate new avenues of livelihoods and markets. This is what NRLM is doing, or SRLMs across the country are doing in the non-farm livelihood sector right now, right? And how it is doing, it is via the objectives, the aims set by SVEP to stabilize, support and help, help the non-farm livelihoods to transform themselves into enterprises, some sort of enterprises, right? Moving on, if we look at the larger picture, and if we look at the objectives or aims which were outlined in the previous slide, stabilize, support and help, whom are we trying to support? We are trying to support the poor households at the grassroots level who are practicing the traditional activities. Even if we are talking about, even if we are talking about the non-farm livelihoods, we are actually talking about the traditional non-farm livelihoods, right? So we want to mold the traditional non-farm livelihoods. We want to stabilize those activities for the poor households, help them generate, new markets. I mean, get them the access, give them the access to new markets, right? So this whole SVEP program, the program aims at basically giving food security in a holistic manner, bringing in gender equality, because few women, as I've mentioned, very few women are found to be working in some activities, some activities in the non-farm sector, which only the man, the male counterpart or man have a say, which in activities which only, basically male-dominated activities where very few women are found. So in order to bring gender equality in the non-farm sector, SVEP, tries, it spells out bringing in women to these particular activities where women seldom, they are part of, but they are not recognized. They are not recognized. So SVEP talks about gender equality. SVEP also talks about improvement in health and education. How? Farm sector livelihoods are not sufficient to support a family. It is found that the basket of activities needs to diversify into non-farm livelihoods. Now, when we talk about non-farm livelihoods, when we talk about developing the basket of non-farm livelihoods, we are basically talking about developing entrepreneurship, right? So when we talk about giving a better livelihoods through non-farm livelihoods, we are also talking about improving the health and education of the households. How? Because if we add on the non-farm activities to a basket of activities which comprises of only farm activities, right? Now they have farm and non-farm livelihoods. Both activities are present. So naturally the income level would rise. They would have better income flow, and this would bring in, a better scenario of health and education for the household, right? Better access to information. SVEP also aims at, IT, it aims at IT revolution. Bringing in access to markets. It's very easy to say that we need to give access to markets to the poor households. How do we do it? How do they get access to market information? Right? It is through information technology, and that is what SVEP aims at. right? So when SVP talks about stabilizing the livelihood activities, when it talks about supporting the livelihood activities, helping the livelihood activities, they are basically aiming at food security, gender equality, improvement in health and education, and better access to information. All right. Now, there is a part in the guidelines of SVEP where SVEP throws some light on the characteristics of first generation entrepreneurs, and where you as development professionals, all of you are development professionals, where your role is, how you can help the first generation entrepreneurs under SVEP, right? Missing knowledge ecosystem, the first generation entrepreneurs who are trying to transform the non-farm sector livelihoods into some kind of enterprises, who are trying to build up upon the non-farm livelihood basket into some enterprises, lack exposure to ideas. They have a missing knowledge ecosystem. They do not know much about the ecosystem surrounding any enterprise they are trying to build upon. So there is lack of exposure to ideas. There is lack of understanding about the feasibility and viability of any business taken up, any enterprise taken up. Someone, some of your group members, they might feel like, okay, they are into paper making, so they want to set up a paper making unit, right? But then they lack business ideas. They do not know how to come up with a viable business proposition, a viable business enterprise. Whether their business idea would be feasible one, whether it would sustain in the long run, it would be a viable one, right? They lack, this knowledge. So this is where your role is. You need to come in under SVP, right? You as development professionals need to come in here. Missing incubation ecosystem, for the first 6 months, SVP talks about giving the non-farm sector livelihoods who are trying to transform to some sort of enterprises, giving the incubation, providing the space for incubation. What is incubation? You implement your idea, right, in a particular space, which has all kind of business development services available, right? So basically, you are as development professionals, you are giving them a helping hand in building in incubating their idea, in realizing their idea, right? For the first 6 months, you would be giving them the complete hand holding, right? Then third point, missing banking and finance ecosystem. There is also a missing banking or finance ecosystem. We are talking about what you said it, a revolving fund. We are talking about the community investment fund, CIF, right? We are talking about bank loans, right? Now think about a self-help group, a self-help group or a particular producer group, who is trying to get access to some bank finance. Can they do it on their own? If you look at the villages, this bank or finance ecosystem is missing, right? What about the working capital? If they have an idea, they want to implement, or they are implementing, they need help, right? They need help in terms of working capital, day-to-day expenditure for running the business. They need to have some startup finance, the initial seed capital. Where do they get it, right? They need to have some kind of rest. Moratorium period means the rest period. There is a period in between implementing the project and getting your first production, right? There is a time gap. So if you have taken some money as loan amount, how do you meet this time gap till your first production comes to the market, right? Flexible schedules, right? This is where the first generation entrepreneurs, they need help. They need help in terms of the knowledge ecosystem. They need help in terms of the incubation, right, ecosystem. They need help in terms of the finance ecosystem. And this is where your role is as development professionals, right? And as VEP has outlined, what kind of help, you need to give, you need to extend, what kind of support you need to extend under these three ecosystems, right? For the first generation entrepreneurs who are trying to build upon or develop the non-farm livelihoods into enterprises. All right. Now, there are certain, there are certain areas which SVEP has come up with where, new enterprises can come up, right? They're talking about sanitation, they're talking about ICT, they're talking about drinking water, they're talking about renewable energy. These are some new ideas, new areas where, SVEP is banking upon to create enterprises by the village households. To create enterprises by the self-help groups, to create enterprises by the groups with whom you are working at the grassroots, right? When we talk about sanitation, we might talk about plumbers, plumbers who can have an enterprise, of their own, extending their services in sanitation, in sanitation facilities. ICT, I think all of you know about it, drinking water. Again, the role of, plumbers can come in here. When you're talking about renewable energy, we are basically talking about, I think, what NIIT Hyderabad has been doing, solar energy, something, which you can get your people trained, help them build an enterprise, right? So SVEP is talking about this non-farm, non-farm livelihood opportunities which exist in sanitation, ICT, drinking water and renewable energy, etc., where enterprises can come up, right? Now, whom SVEP is targeting? Basically, the highly vulnerable beneficiaries under MGNREGA, right? Can they be brought out of poverty? Those workers who are earning their livelihoods or who are earning, 100 days employment via MGNREGA, can they be extended help? Can they be extended support via you all? You all are the people who would be extending this help, right? Can they be brought out of poverty, by giving them new diversified portfolio of activities in the non-farm livelihood sector, right? Can we build up and SVEP is also talking about building up enterprises both, in the backward and forward linkage of any farm livelihood activity. Somebody is plowing a field, before plowing the field, he or she needs the support of non-farm livelihoods, right? The first category livelihoods in the non-farm livelihood sector. We have discussed in the very first slide, right? So can there be some kind of, enterprises which can come up in the backward arena? Can there be some kind of livelihoods which can come up in the forward linkages, giving access to market, providing some sort of, some sort of a platform which can come up, an enterprise which can come up, giving, more exposure, more access to the farm sector livelihoods, right? Enterprises of rural artisans. SVP is talking about building upon enterprises among the rural artisans. Upscaling these existing traditional enterprises among the rural artisans, right? Then it is also talking about convergence with clusters identified in the rural-urban mission, right? So the next point, linkage of SVP with Mudra Bank for refinancing. It is talking about linking SVP with Mudra Bank for refinancing of the microfinance institutions for SC/ST enterprises, right? I think a couple of programs here in Guwahati, NRLM has done a couple of programs in this regard. I hope for everybody, you all know why SVP is, giving so much importance on tying up with Mudra Bank, right, for refinancing. All right. Then development of appropriate technology, right? When we're talking about enterprise creation, when we're talking about developing or promoting non-farm livelihoods, we are also talking about infusing, new technology, infusion of technology. Okay, via developing or promoting rural non-livelihoods, in the economy. Right, and this would also lead to, it is believed that once you create enterprises in the non-farm livelihoods, basically which leads a family to migrate or leads someone to migrate from the rural areas to urban areas. So SVEP envisages reduction in distress migration via creation of enterprises in the non-farm livelihood. Hyderabad, NAR, then PI is also there. Non-government organizations, CBO, civil society organizations, technical institutions, they are also there, right? With this support, right? So this is what SV is all about. This was the second part of my presentation. Now let us come to a case, a very recent case where SRLM Assam had a tie-up with one of the organizations, one of the NGOs called Access Development Society based in Delhi. It got into some kind of MOU with that particular organization to implement a cluster, which was named as Looms of Assam. Right? So it was basically a handloom cluster. Why I intend to share, we have seen why, initially we have seen presentations, why we need to go in for non-farm livelihoods. What is non-farm livelihoods? Why we need to go in for non-farm livelihoods? How we can go in for non-farm livelihoods? It is well spoken by SVEP. It was promoted cluster with the help of an organization called Access Development Society, which is based in New Delhi. Right? Now let us get into this case. Looms of Assam, why Looms of Assam? Because this particular club and another one is in district, in the Dhemaji district, right, in Assam, and around 1,200 weavers handloom weavers are basically, they're basically involved in these clusters, who are, women, all women weavers who are a part of we talk about the handlooms, giving linkages with industry department or state cooperatives. How we can develop them, how we can promote the weavers, how we can develop the weavers, right? They are into a non-farm livelihood called weaving, right? How can we promote them? How can we develop them to the next stage, or maybe within that stage, as weavers, how can we give them a better market access? Right? So when we talk about giving the weavers a better market access in the handloom sector, we are talking about, giving them linkages with industry departments or state cooperatives. We are talking about bringing in linkages for them, right? Making them participate, go for participation in exhibition, giving them a platform platform on e-market, right? Or giving them the chances to, go for direct marketing, right? Then we need to provide them with service providers, business development service providers, like in terms of, technology, right? Technical help, right? Then we need to provide them with common facility center. That is termed as a CFC. Government of India has coined this term called CFC. All right. Now, when we talk about the technical and managerial trainings as well, right? We are not only talking about, physical trainings, or we are not only talking about giving them trainings on the looms. We are also talking about developing their technical and managerial skills, right? We need to also look at, how product diversification can bring in more income to the weavers, or how design development can help them, access a better market, or develop products or weave products as per the demand of the market, right? When we talk about giving a hand holding as development professionals, we are also a producer organization, right? So basically, when we talk about giving support in the handloom sector, we are talking about giving support in terms of 8 criteria, right? So this is what Access Development Society, together with Assam State Livelihood Mission Society, tried, building upon across the 2 districts of Dhemaji and Majuli in Assam. And they worked with around 1,200 weavers across these 2 districts. All right. Now, this particular, they implemented the project, the cluster development project, in the year 2017-18, and it was for 2 years, 17-18 and 18-19, right? And they took 2 blocks, Ujjani Majuli is in Majuli district, and Dhokwa Khana in the Dhemaji district. So these 2 blocks taken up for implementing the handloom cluster, right? 1,200 traditional weavers were part of the self-help groups under SRLM. What problems they tried looking at or tried solving, giving a helping hand, during implementation. They found that, the yarn was not available in the villages. Yarn price was, on the higher side. No warping drums were available, I think most of you who are handling the handloom sector would know about it. No warping drums were there. All weavers into traditional weaving, no modern looms were available, across the households among 1,200 weavers, right? They did not have the purchasing power. They did not have decent income to buy new looms, right? Modern looms, right? So all of them, they were basically working on traditional looms. Okay. Then when they were working on the traditional looms, making the traditional products, they found that the market demand, for those products was seasonal, right? Like if they make, the finishing was not up to the mark, right? And there was no yarn bank, or these things were, or design center or design help. There was nobody to help them with new designs, designs which were in demand in the market, right? So these were the problems which the implementing agencies, tried looking at and solving. Okay. Now, what did the implementing agency do? They went in for training programs. Like they installed, they brought in some new looms, right? So they brought in some flying shuttle looms. So trainings were imparted on how to weave on fly shuttle looms, right? Design developed provided, so how to weave on wooden looms. traditional bamboo looms were improved upon. So how to work on these looms, dyeing, tailoring, coming up with diversified products, coming up with different products like cushion covers, table mat sets, back cover. Common facility center come production center also came up, in each 2 blocks. So one CFC was opened in Ujjani Majuli, the other CFC was opened in Dhokwakhana, right? So 2 blocks, 2 districts, 2 CFC come production centers, right? Here bank corner was, a corner in the CFC, in each of the CFCs, one, not each, I mean, in one of the CFCs in Majuli, Ujjani Majuli, the different diversified commodities. All right, and then the new designers were engaged, different designers were engaged during the implementation of the project to infuse new designs and bring in, productive, diversified products to the market, right? So all these activities were, carried out by the implementing agencies. All right, now you see the result. What transformation was, brought about while from the non-farm livelihoods in the handloom sector in weaving did the institutions or organizations involved, get. Firstly, there was an increase in income across the different income categories. While assessing while going in for the evaluation of the project, we found that it was done by us, of course. We found that, of course, definitely there was an increase in income across different income categories, right? There was an increase in weaving hours, for one block, the weaving hours increased. If the average hours of work, like into weaving, which the women put into weaving was 5 hours in one of the blocks, it increased to 6 hours, right? But in the other block, it decreased. Okay, the question was why it decreased? Because this project was implemented to increase the hours in weaving. Instead of increasing, during the duration 17, 18, 18, 19, when the project was being implemented, in one of the blocks, the weaving hours decreased. It did not, instead of increasing, instead of remaining stable, it rather decreased, right? Was it the, some kind of failure on the part of the implementing agencies? Why did it happen? This is what we tried looking into. This was one of the lacuna of the project. All right. Third, the implementing agency reported had the implementing agency, they took the products, which are produced by the weavers, these 1,200 weavers from both the blocks, to different markets in Delhi and Bangalore. But what is the irony? Do you know the irony which the weavers had to face? The self-help group weavers, they are yet direct access to the market outside the traditional marketing channels. Even today, when we visited, when we saw, when we talked to them, when we interacted, we found that they continued to supply the finished products to the implementing agency. And the implementing agency in each turn, the Access Development Society, they went to the markets outside Northeast to sell the produce, right? Though some part of the benefit which accrued from this selling of this produce outside Northeast came to the weavers, but the ultimate the kind of profit which should have come down to the weavers did not come down. So they continued with traditional marketing. All right. Now all members of the self-help groups, they are not into weaving. The problem is that the self-help groups which were selected as a part of the producer group, right? Now they took it. They took into they took the numbers in right away. Like if there are 10 members in a self-help group, they took the count. They took it that all 10 members are into weaving, but it was not so. All right. Though pre-weaving technology like warping drums, modern looms, these were all introduced, sewing machines, value addition was done, but they were yet to be, commercially used by the producer groups. Producer groups failed to use this, technology on a commercial basis. Why? Why was it so? We'll come to it. You'll come to know towards the end of this presentation. Rate of income, reinvestment in productive activities related to weaving was not encouraging across the blocks. project has implemented, we saw that there was a marginal increase in income, but it was not, up to the expected margin. Right? Adoption of design by the weavers, it was found to be minimal. Although new designs were taught to them by the designers, but the adoption, the rate of adoption by the weavers was minimal. They preferred the traditional designs instead of the new designs. Right? So there was the question of adequacy, viability, accessibility, and desirability or acceptability of the project. Right? This is what we arrived at. This is what we arrived at. Now, why did it happen and what is the way ahead? Right? We tried looking at the training adequacy and convergence. We found that they were given standard trainings of 5 days, 10 days, 8 days. The trainings were designed for 5 days, training on weaving, on new looms, on new designs, on diversified products. They were designed for, the modules were for 5 days, 10 days, 8 days, standardized, right? Perhaps, they could have done better if they thought of, converging with the sector skill council programs. If they could have thought about, adopting the sector skill council, modules, right? Better result could have been achieved. It was not. So even for you all, while you try implementing something, you need to, look around for convergence. You need to, look around, gather knowledge, on that particular aspect, and then try building up something, not in a haphazard manner. Okay. Then I was talking about the producer groups. Remember, I was talking about that new looms were introduced, warping drums were there, but they were not commercially used. Why? Because the producer groups which were formed, basically, they took the wholesale, all the people in a self-help group were counted as into weaving. Right? But it was found later when we tried looking at the real scenario, we found that out of maybe 10 members, only 5 members were into weaving. The other 5 members were into different activities. So the producer groups which were formed, which comprised of different self-help groups, right? They did not work in an active manner. Right? So they could not commercialize their production activities. Okay, the yarn bank which was there, which they created in one of the corners of, by taking a space in the common facility center in one of the blocks, it was yet to start. Just see, it was yet to start when this implementing organization was about to make an exit after 2 years. People, the weavers were taking yarn at a minimal price from the yarn bank, but it was not in a commercial manner. Right? So the producer groups have failed to take over the yarn bank. Right? The producer groups, it was also found that because the producer groups are not functional, not functional in a professional manner, they also could not, use the common facility center in a commercial way. The looms were lying idle. Few weavers came down to this common facility center to use the looms. Most of the looms were being used by, the designers or people who were hired by the implementing agency, right? What they did was they paid a minimal wage to the weavers, to make the diversified products, and they tagged the products and they sold them in the outside market. They gave a minimal price in lieu of weaving, as wages to the weavers. But the product which they produced was sold at a different price, at a higher price than what the weavers were paid. There was a difference, right? So basically, the whole project was creating, wage employment in the handloom sector, in the weaving activity. They were not creating or developing the non-farm livelihood in handloom, They were not trying to develop the, they tried to develop, but they failed. They failed to develop, to convert, to transform the non-farm handloom activity, handloom livelihood into a commercial livelihood activity or an enterprise, right? Group dynamics was missing. It did not come into force. there were certain personal problems among the groups, right? And this also, there was no clear modus operandi how to go about. They did not know. See, when an organization which is implementing a project makes an exit, at that point of time, if the people for whom they were working, they have no idea about how to take forward the project, right? It becomes ultimately a failure, right? So the missing group dynamics was telling upon the project. All right. So they needed to build upon group dynamics. All right. Then collective marketing, community participation in the marketing process, could have done wonders for the project. This was lacking. The concept of community, marketing was, though it was brought into both the blocks, but it was not implemented. So this can be one of the ways in which the project can be. The project has, of course, it has ended, but the weavers in both the blocks can come together and go in for collective marketing for a more better profit margin, from the handloom activities. This is how we looked at, right? Then focus on outcome orientation. There was no focus on outcome orientation. It was the project which was implemented in an activity orientation mode, right? There was a need to focus on outcome, but this was missing, right? There was no focus on outcome. All right. Now, though challenging, the project is yet to achieve the proposed milestones. Whatever was enlisted as milestones in the project, right? All of us know how difficult it is to work on field. Right? But at the same time, we also need to, we need to be very clear about the focus, right? Now, the project had the milestones, but it did not work on the outcome as per the objectives outlined. Okay. Then 2 years, we found that 2 years was not enough, it was not suitable for giving handholding to these 1,200 number of, weavers. The project needed a little more time in carrying forward the momentum gained. It was just the beginning, people were coming in, they were trying to build up, the producer groups was trying to build up, they were trying to use the CFC, they were trying to use the yarn bank. At this point, the implementing agencies, they made an exit. Right? So these are the focus points, the focal points which needs to be worked upon, which needs to be attended to. US development professions, when you try building upon on non-farm livelihoods, try developing or promoting non-farm livelihoods to the next scale, to an enterprise, right? You need to look at all gaps, bring out an outcome table, right? Identify the parameters where you need to work upon, right? For which you need to work upon, and then try to build upon the outcomes. Your project should be both, under SVEP, you take up any activity for promotion, right? For developing. You need to also, besides working on the activity, you also need to work on the outcome, right? So I think this is what I had, I had designed for you all for today. And hopefully I have shared certain experiences, with respect to what has happened with one of the projects in Assam, which was implemented by one organization called Access Development Society in partnership with Assam State Rural Livelihood Mission Society. And I hope this the experience which I have shared will be of some little help to you, in designing your programs, your ways out while trying to develop or promote the non-farm livelihoods under SRLM. Right? I think with these, I would stop, and if you need any kind of discussion further, I am here. Dr. Rajkumar, are you there? Are you there? Okay. Yeah. Of course, the PPT would be shared because I have already, posted the PPT to Dr. Rajkumar, so he would be sharing the PPT.
Hello. 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 I am audible. Ma'am. Ratna ma'am. My voice is okay? Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation through this lecture. Participants got enlightened on the non-farm livelihood activities. You have uh, thrown the light on the SPEP model and case studies of the handloom, and also you have given the broad picture about the non-farm livelihood activities. Really, the presentation was very much helpful to all the states while designing the non-farm livelihood activities in their states, respective states. And there is one question from BS Negi sir. He is asking, kindly go through the chart, madam. He is asking, suggest some reports. So if any department related to contribution of non-farm livelihood sector, the income and employment of rural households. If anything is there, then you can respond to him, madam. Dr. B.S. Negi from Himachal Pradesh is asking one question. Kindly respond to that question, ma'am.
Information about producer group is very useful. Okay, can you suggest any publication or reports of any departments or organization to see the data related to contribution of non-farm sector in development, income, and employment of rural households? For that, you need to, you need to follow up. Not exactly, I cannot say. Reports. I cannot mention the reports, of course, but then the data. You can go through the census data. You can go through the SCC data to find out if you have any particular reference to the non-farm sector. I don't think so. I don't think so. Till now, we are trying to build upon it, but. Yes, for handloom, specifically for handloom, we have the handloom census. You can go through the handloom census in non-farm livelihoods. All right. I think, okay. Anything else? Contact number, yes, I can put down my contact number. All of you can note it down. 98540 50437. Okay. Okay. And anytime, you can contact me anytime. I'm available. So if you need any help, I'll be there. Charkhan SRLM, yes. Okay. I think Dr. Rajkumar, I'm done.
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Really,
no, I should
presentation.
thank you. I should thank you
No,
actually
no.
for giving me the opportunity
We both
and all
should,
the.
we both should thank the participants because now it is
Yeah.
almost 2:30. We should
And they are
say
waiting
thanks
for
to
their
all the participants.
lunch. Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
really.
Thank you very much for your patient, patient hearing on the other side. All of you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Really, I'm very thankful to you, madam. You have highlighted all the important aspects of non-farm livelihoods. In very helpful to the states while preparing their non-farm livelihoods action plan for the coming years. Really, your presentation, really they had very good attention towards our presentation. The way they are giving the comments, that itself it is showing that they have learned many things from the presentation. I hope the upcoming training programs, your support will continue for my training courses. With this, I thank
Definitely,
bottom
Rajkumar.
of my heart.
Anytime.
Yeah, bottom of my heart, I am thanking you on behalf of the participants, the course team. I'm very grateful to you, madam. You stay valuable time. Now it is almost 2:30. You have waited for this last 2 days due to some technical issues with the we could not able to see you participants. Thank you so much for your valuable patience hearing till time. Multiple responses and multiple choice questions. And there will be a feedback. That link will be shared with the respected mail IDs. There will be online training management portal by NIC. They will send one OTP and user ID to you. By using that user ID and OTP, so meanwhile that will be completed. You will receive very shortly, within half an hour. You may get a message from NIC, and we will meet at 4 o'clock. It is okay, 4 o'clock. Now we will break up. Yes. 4 o'clock, 4 to 5 o'clock, link will be opened. You can join for the assessment. You just complete it and submit the evaluation. We will place the results in WhatsApp group. Yes, all PPTs will be shared with presentation from Suresh Babu sir. Once I receive from them, and immediately I will post it in WhatsApp group as well as in the respected mail IDs. Thank you so much for all of you. Quiz, don't worry about the quiz. The quiz is based on the basic knowledge that is already known to you. It is just understanding only. There is no need to worry about the presentations. I have given overall just understanding about the farm and non-farm livelihoods in and around only. You can all 6 o'clock. It is it's too. It is not possible. I hope Harun Kumar Pandey sir kindly understand. You will be here for till 5:30. Okay. 1 hour you can join any in between. If you join just at 4 o'clock and you will complete 15 minutes. It will be open for 1 hour. The same user ID and password you can log in and attend the online quiz, sir. 1 hour. Please cooperate with us, sir. We have 1 hour time. Thank you, Amit sir. Thank you so much. I thank all the participants. Really, all of them. You are since day one. You are attendants and you were attentive in the class and very actively participated. That is what we are looking. Whether the number is small or not, that is not large. That is not our worry. The quality of listeners are very, very important. If the 10 numbers or 20 numbers, they are having good attention towards the training, then we will get more success than keeping a large number of users in the particular training program. Thank you so much. So with this, I am just closing this, and kindly join at 4 o'clock. This will be open till 5 o'clock. It will be like this only, and quiz will be open at 4 o'clock. So meanwhile, I have to complete that process with the AVO team for displaying that online assessment poll. So you just click on your relevant answers and submit it. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gurdivan sir, Sonam ma'am, everybody. Thank you, all of you. I'm just taking a break. I'll just go for lunch and I will come back within a couple of minutes and I will work on it to conduct the quiz. I have some things to be done for the assessment and feedback. I have to create now the link. You will receive that feedback link kindly. I request all the participants give your valuable feedback. That is very, very important for me to submit the institute. You all know that feedback is very, very important. Kindly submit your valuable feedback and meanwhile I will work on that assessment. Thank you all. Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar.